Hey everybody, this here's Big Will, and this is part 3 of I bought, as I would say in my younger years, a metric butt ton of comic books. I actually not when there's someone in the community who bought 100,000 book collection and you bought like almost 3,000, it still seems like a drop in the bucket, really, but. That's a lot for me, and I'm still going through all these long boxes to figure out what needs a bag and board, what needs to be looked at later, and all that kind of good stuff. So I am on. Well, what box is this? I think this is box 5 of 11. So I still have a few boxes left, but we're gonna go ahead and get started now. And again, if anyone wants to hop in, the link's in the chat, because I'll be on here for at least an hour, if not longer. It depends on how long it takes to go through this long box. And I am curious. I am curious. There we go. I know how to talk. I see Marvel right up front, and I see what looks to be 4 copies of the same issue. I can't see the issue, but I can see the top, and it looks as though there's 4 copies of the same issue. And we have a lion cat inside.
What's up, guys? What's up, Big Will? The cat is here.
All right. So I am actually about to start right now digging in this thing. We're going to. I see Marvel first up, so I have no idea what's in here. We're about to find out.
Can't go wrong with Marvel.
No. Well, apparently you can. It's wrecked on the bottom. Look at that.
Ooh, okay.
So that's actually going to be trashed.
Oh.
As well as this next book here. Same thing. Wrecked bottom. That's trash. Okay, well, at least now we've finally got to some books that I can actually do something with. I've never heard of Fish Police. Have you ever heard of Fish Police?
Heard it? No, I just heard it now.
Apparently, it's a Marvel comic. So,
wow.
Yeah, go figure. Let's see. Dead or Alive, a cyberpunk western. Issue 3, though. So we'll set that aside. Enormous. Nope.
That's what she said.
Sci-Tech #1 from Wildstorm. I don't think it's Jim Lee, though, but I know that was his studio with Image, right? One Wildstorm, Jim Lee's?
I believe so.
Yeah, because wasn't the Wildcats Wildstorm?
I think so, yeah. I think they were.
Yeah, so that would be Jim Lee's studio then. Wild Core.
I think there was a group of them, right? They got together to do that wild stuff.
Yeah, they each had their own studio. Liefeld had Extreme. I think Jim Lee had Wildstorm. I forget some of the others. I know Robert Kirkman has Skybound. I think that's his. Ballistic Magger. What's that say? Ballistic what?
Imagery.
Imagery. I'm gonna go with that, but I don't know.
What's up, Captain Comics?
Hey, oh, and Jay Hood's here. I forgot to highlight him.
Hey, Jay Hood.
Captain.
Yep.
Looks like we've got a little bit of a
imaginary.
You Marvel, but now I've
imaginary. That's what Jay Hood said. Imaginary.
Oh, imaginary. Oh yeah, that's an eye. See that?
Yeah, that's an eye.
Ballistic imagery or imaginary.
Imaginary.
Huh. Catalyst #1. Shiny.
Shiny goodness, Catalyst. Dark Horse.
Got a big, huge color breaking bit on the spine there, though.
Is it pressable? No.
No, it's color breaking.
Uh,
But hey, I only need it to be worth about $1, so
there you go.
I'll set it aside. We'll bag and board that. No, looky here. Here's more shiny stuff. Out of the Vortex, #1.
Out of the Vortex. I say out of the bathroom.
Bag and board that.
Champions 11, 1977. Wow. Oh, Black Widow and I didn't even see them.
Oh yeah, that's when Black Widow joined his title.
Yeah, Hercules, Black Widow, Angel, Ghost Rider, and Iceman. Oh wow.
Oh,
nice.
Oh snap! Hey, check this out. I said what looked to be like multiple copies of the same book. It's multiple copies of Brigade #10.
Okay.
But check this out. Every one of them is a newsstand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh snap! Oh, so you got multiple copies. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
So that's like worth a whopping $2 there. I mean, it may be a newsstand that's much rarer, but I mean it's still Brigade #10. But I can maybe get $10 out of it. I mean, not $10 out.
Yeah.
$2 out of it.
2 per book. Yeah.
Yeah, and oh snap!
This one,
Brigade 12 in a newsstand as well.
Okay.
That's nice.
J Hood says, "Hi Cap, I'm listening while painting." J Hood's painting.
Sweet. Another Brigade newsstand. Another Brigade newsstand.
Brigade. Now you got a set, man. You can put a set together.
Well, it's not the same issue though. Let's see. Well, I got Blood Wolf #1 summer special.
All right, this is gonna go in. This is gonna go into that pop-up sale. This Sword Masters.
Oh, okay.
That's going on the pop-up sale.
Yeah. How many books do you have that you think the bulk of what you get in is going to be in the pop-up, or you're going to try doing something with it?
I don't know. I'm just gonna, once I keep cleaning, putting stuff away and come across some more stuff, I got to decide if it's gonna go in the pop-up or an auction.
Yeah.
And then I gotta really start to move on this because I know I got plenty of books coming in. I've been placing orders left and right. There's so many on our websites.
Here's a Cyberforce #1 from 2012, a reissue. They did brought a lot of stuff back. Oh wow, check this out. Cyberforce #3 from back in the day. Newsstand.
Oh, I seen that one. That one I think I used to have. I got collected some of those, but then I got rid of them.
Cyberforce 7 newsstand. Yeah, there's a lot of Image newsstand in here.
Yeah.
And I got Cyberforce #4 all new hollow foil cover.
There you go. Man, I think 90s was all hollow foil, foil
yeah,
like big time. That was like a rave back then.
Bag and board both of those. Let's see. I got Cyberforce 0 #0. It's not a newsstand or anything though, but I'll bag and board that. Hellhole #1. You ever heard of that?
Hellhole? No, hell no. No. Never heard of it.
I'll bag and board it. Okay, now I'm getting into the really, really out there weird indie stuff. This is from Bravura, I believe. It's an imprint of Malibu. Metaphysique, issue #3.
Wow, there's a lot of books that I never seen or heard of.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you buy a random collection.
Yeah, well, I wasn't really too much into indies even when they came out anyway. Just a couple of the titles,
Some of this cover art's actually pretty good. This is issue 5 of Metaphysique. That looks pretty cool.
Yeah, dude. Some of that stuff looks good.
Yeah.
All right, this one I gotta
Yeah,
put.
Prime,
Werewolf.
Ultraverse, Hardcore, more Ultraverse.
It's a nice book, but if it wasn't for the chewed up corner,
Oh yeah.
that killed the book right there. But still a nice book though.
Check that out. Hellho, Adam Polina art. He was an X-Force artist after Capullo.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, that's cool.
Wow, didn't know that.
We got Fighting American Awesome Holiday Special #1.
That sounds familiar. I think I remember.
That is from Comic Craft, I think. Is it? Wait a minute. Let me see if I can find out the publisher on this one. That was published by Awesome Entertainment. That's the publisher, Awesome Entertainment. It's Rob Liefeld's story and pencils. Jeff Loeb is the writer.
Okay.
Fighting America.
Jeff Loeb and Liefeld. Wow. Who would have thought it?
Harry Carey Manga of Adventures #1. I'll bag and board that. It's from Blackout Comics.
Harry Carey.
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce this one. I think it's Harried, or it might be Harried or Harried, but it's Entity Comics. Has shiny foil on the cover.
All right. That reminds me of Strike Force, maybe, or
I was going to say Youngblood, but yeah,
Youngblood. One of those.
From Cats Studios. The #1, so I'll bag and board it. Let's see here.
Studios, can't go wrong with the cat.
Yeah. Let's see.
Oh, I got Uncle Roman's new address. I know.
No names on it I recognized.
Put this away.
Let's see. Okay, here's another #1. This is Ultraverse Breakthrough from Malibu Comics. Looks like George Perez art, I think. Let me make sure. There's more than one Perez.
Hey.
George Perez or let's see. Yep, George Perez.
Let me see. Really? Wow.
Yep. So that's cool. I'll bag and board that. And here's a X Factor issue, but it's really ate up.
Oof, yeah. Damn.
That's a trash book. Coming up on X Factor now and some more Dark Horse. Oh, wow, man. All these Marvel books are just ate up on the bottom for whatever reason. I'll have to just throw them away.
Just a waste.
Okay.
When people write stuff on it.
And Top Cow was Mark Silvestri's imprint.
Top Cow. I remember Top Cow too. Yeah.
I'm into some Top Cow now. The Top Cow image.
Top Cow image.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Okay, here is Codename Black White #1.
Codename
Art and Pamela Thibert.
Codename Black White.
Yeah. I'll bag and board that to #1.
Let's see, Unknown Special. Oh, they made a bundle for it? Ah, you bastards.
Here's another Cyberforce #3 newsstand.
Yeah, that I remember. That book I actually had at one point.
Well, here's issue 2 in a newsstand as well. My hand's covering the newsstand.
I think I had the #1 also.
Maybe I can find a #1. I don't know. Event Comics, Cinder and Smoke, Ash, #1. I don't think I bag and board it, but that's what it looks like.
Okay.
And man, I hated when the 90s, especially Image, did this to books. I hate it. Apparently, #2 is also in the same issue on the backside. I hated it when they did the two-sided book.
Yeah, you want the issue to be a certain one,
Yeah,
or book, a 1 or 2.
I always hate that.
Yeah, I don't like that either. Don't like.
Never understood it. Okay, well, The Invaders #3, and it's actually not 8 up, so
Ooh, I think
I can actually put that to the side.
I think I have.
Oh snap!
What was it, #3?
This is too horrible a condition. I'm gonna have to throw it away. I don't think the cover's detached, but check that out.
Oh snap! Shogun Warriors, man, you don't see those popping up too much.
Yeah, but this thing is in such bad condition. I'm gonna have to throw it away. But that's kind of cool. Okay, BattleTech #3. Okay, here we go. Battle Force #1 from 1987, Blackthorn Publishing.
All right. Huh. Looks like one of those Transformer type things with the robot.
Yep.
What's up, Luis Ramirez?
Hey, what's going on? But yeah, so I'll bag and board that. Let's see, you got some DC books, New 52 stuff that no one cares about. And we got Alf 13.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it's not bad enough condition. I got to throw it away, but I'm not going to bag and board that one though. Okay,
Louis says elbow cough, stay home.
Oh wow, that's a whole man. That cover's detached. Got to throw that thing away.
Academy. Oh, Scotty Young, Harvard. Yeah. Oh, this is second printing. I didn't even know that. It's gonna be second printing.
Lone Wolf and Cub #9. Apparently, this is one issue, but it's a square bound, thick book.
The Lone Wolf one.
I also have issue 7. Whenever I get these big square bound issues, I just treat them like a trade and set them to the side.
Okay. Yeah, you gonna sell like a set, like together and stuff like that?
I only have those 2 issues.
Okay. Well, you never know. You didn't go through all your books. You might come across some more.
Yeah. Well, actually, I don't know if is it 49 that Alf has the seal. It's one of those that's Alf 1, and then the one where he looks like he's sexually molesting a seal. People like that book for some reason.
People are crazy.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, we got Electric Warrior #1, DC book.
Electric Warrior.
Yep.
I don't know what you're thinking about that. J Hood said, yeah, 49 is the one. Yeah,
Okay, we got
1 and 49 out of Money Books.
Yep, Triumph #1.
Triumph.
I'll bag and board that.
Triumph.
Let's see. Tell you, you would be surprised some of the stuff Marvel and DC publish until you get a collection like this and you see all the stuff everyone always looks over.
Yeah, there's tons of books, man, that people just didn't collect, that they just published to put out there to see if it will catch on, and it never did. Some of these books you never heard of, and that's why you always stick to the main names that doesn't lose value.
Yeah. So
What I don't like is back in the days, when they did a title, they did long runs, Batman long run, Detective long runs, Amazing Spider-Man long run, the main characters, you had like 500, 600 issues, now it's forget it, Amazing Spider-Man, like I was talking about my video, these Amazing Spider-Man, this is volume 5, guys. Volume 5, that means, of course, the first volume 1, the original one, which is like 500 books, went the longest while, and then they just went to 2, and then 3, and 4, and it's like they start all over again. This is like volume 5, and it's just it's crazy, and all the titles are getting to be multiples like that too.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever happened to doing a long run where the story changes and you're bringing in another artist to take over, and they don't do that no more.
Yeah, I never understood why they would want to do that. I mean, I understand, yeah, if you're bringing someone in and you're on issue 720,
Yeah,
that might be a little iffy.
yeah.
But as long as you make it clear where a storyline starts and stops, it doesn't matter what number the book is.
Mm-hmm.
So I've often said that too with the if your book is one where you're going to want to start back to the original numbering because of a milestone, like Action and Detective and Spider-Man,
Mm-hmm.
then why bother changing up the numbers anyway? Just let it keep going.
Yeah. It's just basically the same thing. If you're starting over, it's just, somebody else, starts a new story or whatever, but the numbers continue. So this way you continue with the set, it's like, you got to go on in, you got to put, okay, this is Spider-Man volume 1, this is 2, this is 3. You're like, this is getting ridiculous. It just makes more to write, So it's just nuts, when whatever happened to long term, man. This is what I like about Spawn. Spawn has not continued to like volume 2 or nothing. It just keeps on going, and it's still going on. But what was it? Detective Comics was up to 1,000. They reached 1,000, didn't they? They went over at number 1,000. So imagine that, how long that story has been going on.
Yeah. Well, it's just like they ended it, I think, twice with Detective Comics and Action Comics, and then they were like, "Oh crap, we're getting close to 1,000. Let's redo the numbers." And then, of course, you got Flash and Wonder Woman with their 750.
Mm-hmm.
They went back, and the Avengers is getting close. If they haven't already hit it, they're getting close to issue 700. If they haven't already hit it, so they're going to go back for that, at least that one issue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. A number 1 makes people buy, but
yeah,
I still would prefer just to let it be.
But what made them think of this volume 5, right? Amazing Spider-Man started out like years ago, right? Up to issue like 49. What made them now say, hey, let's do some covers and then put the number 1 on it? And then go into that volume 5. This is where it's gonna go. And you're like, wait a minute, we're up to 40. Why are we going back to 1 now? Everybody's doing 1 and you're putting it with the set. I mean, it's crazy, because if you look at the 1, it's 1A, 1B, 1C. It gets all the way to 1Z, then it goes to 1AA, then AB, then AC. You're like, are you kidding me? What? It's gonna be like 200 number 1s or something? Like, oh my goodness, it's 400 books just for 49 issues. I mean, it's way out of hand just to get this collection. And if I wasn't collecting, I wouldn't even know. I'm like, all right, what the hell this number 1 is? And sure enough, I'm like, hey, it goes into this. I'm like, it's like I'm starting over on the same run. I'm like, oh my god, now I gotta go get some more number 1. It's out of hand.
Price tags on books.
Ooh, that's not good. They didn't even have a
Always drives me crazy when I see that. It's like, are you that stupid? But I guess some people just don't know comics.
There's people out there that just,
yeah,
retards. Let's see.
So far,
we got 11 people watching us. Thank you, guys.
Oh, we do?
Yes, we do. We got Just a Little Podcast. He goes, hey, everyone. He just came on. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say this, surprisingly, is a DC Heavy long box.
DC heavy long box?
Yeah, I'm surprised at that. I'm getting a lot of DC in this long box. Huh. Guest starring John Walsh.
Oh, America's Most Wanted.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah,
Hey, you think I should bag and board all these DC Outsider books? Because I'm finding a lot of them.
I don't know. I mean, I bag and board all my books, even the stuff that's like worth $1, because it's easy to pack.
I don't have enough to bag all 2,800. That's why I'm choosing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely choose if you're in that case. Yeah, but try to keep it as neat as possible. Find like a little box or something, and
You know what? I think I will, since I'm finding so many of these. Every one of these books is Outsiders. Plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 other books. All these are Outsiders. This entire stack.
Damn.
So yeah, I think I will bag and board these just because I have so many of them.
What do you think I should sell this book for? It chewed up like this.
What should you sell that book for?
Yeah, what do you think?
Well, it would depend. What kind of grade do you think it's on?
Well, that's the main thing is this part right there. I mean, the rest of the book is nice. That's the only bad thing I could find with it. For the age. I mean,
what is the book? Show the Marvel Spotlight. Oh, number 1.
Yeah, number 1. It's the first appearance of second Red Wolf.
Well, let me just give a look-see here.
All right, and like I said, that's the main thing there. I mean, it is the rest of the book is nice.
Okay, Marvel.
I mean, if you want to press it, I can see it looks like a little dirt on there. Then it's like a little.
Okay, first appearance of Red Wolf, first issue to series, and the origin of Red Wolf. So here's how I figure out a price of the book. I'm looking on Go Collect.
Yeah.
And would you say that's a 5.0?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably. I would say so.
Well, let's say a 6.0 because it has sales from 2020. Okay, so you got $6 in 2013 for a slab, $20 in 2019 for a slab. Somebody paid $119 for a 6.0, and then the last sale was $30. So
yeah, the first appearance of the second Red Wolf.
Yeah, so you're averaging a 6.0 slabbed comic. The slab is selling for around an average of $30. So if you were to sell that raw, I would say $10.
Yeah, I would say the same thing.
Yeah, that's what I do.
And would have been the price I would have said because it is a 15 center.
Yeah.
And like I said, that chew mark is the only hit, but the rest of the book, it's pretty cool.
Okay. Oh, Lord. Oh, hey, check this out. Variant Neil Adams cover.
Ooh.
Telos, number 5.
Wow. We're going way back. We're going way back.
Yeah. So, okay. Yeah, I'll bag and board that. And I have multiple copies of the standard number 5.
Okay.
I got 1,
so
2,
what?
3.
Neil Adams only did one book?
No, he did the variant.
Oh, he did the variant. Oh, okay.
Of number 5. And I got number 6, number 4.
Oh,
multiple copies of number 4.
I might as well put this in my CLZ so this way I can pack it away.
Okay, the Ray number 0. That's one. And number 1. Ray's a shiny. Let's see. 100 boxes. That's how it feels like sometimes. Yeah, CLZ, Just Little Podcast of CLZ is such a great app. I wouldn't know. I don't use. I don't have a use for CLG because my personal collection's so small, and the way I handle things, I don't have to have them in perfect order. Just like titles together, and the app doesn't tell me where my box is, so I just write that down.
Yeah.
Whoa. I'm going to put some of this back in the box so I have more room to grab the rest of these books. I got about 80 more books to look through, and then I'll be done with this long box.
Oh, boy, that's a lot of books.
Yeah. But it could be worse.
Yeah, I know that.
I could be having to throw away most of these.
You find anything that you want to keep?
I'm kind of curious as when I'm done. Well, I'm got to find out how many of these I'm going to wind up with bagged and boarded, and then that'll tell me what I should do with the rest of them that I have.
Tricky Traps is in there. 100 boxes to go.
Yeah. Okay. Next batch. Again, like I said, really DC heavy. We're looking like DC and Dark Horse apparently. More books with price tags on them. Okay, here we go. Guy Gardner, Warrior number 0. Shiny cover.
Guy Gardner, Warrior number 0. All right.
I'll bag and board. And we got Varangian. Here, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, man? How you doing? Captain Comics says, any Joker covers in that DC?
So far, no, not a single one. But I got a special square bound of Eclipso, The Darkness Within number 2. Blue Devil number 2. Number 3. Number 4. Number 5. That's an old enough book. I'll bag and board it. Decent on the condition. Oh, wow. Millennium number 1. Number 2. Number 3. 4. 5. 8. 8. 8.
8. Stuck on 8.
And 8. And looks like I have more Millennium in the box. I think I see number 7, but I got number 1, 2. I'll bag and board all those for sure.
All right, Deceased Planet was 3 books, A, B, and C. And I didn't notice the C cover here, the one with the Green Lantern, is done by In-Huck Lee. In-Huck Lee did this cover. And the green one here, this great one here, was done by Matino.
There you go.
Yeah, this was done by Matino. This great Dead Planet, Deceased. And then the other one right here, the Green Lantern, was In-Huck Lee. I did not know that. I just put it in my CLZ and I'm like, oh, snap. And then number 4 was 3 covers, ABC. So I did get them. And now I wait for number 5. Number 3 was also 3 covers, which I got.
Okay, it looks like I got a whole set of a Millennium. I just found the other books.
Okay.
So that's good. I like it when I have a set of something because even if they're like dollar books, there's a little bit of value in having a complete set.
What is this? 7?
See, got a lot of Legion, 92.
Okay. I do have a Dr. Doom. I only have one of those issues.
36.
I was collecting that.
Okay.
Let's see.
Apparently, I got a lot of.
A-Cap, Cookie Trick, J Hood. What's going
Oh,
on?
wow.
What's the damage on the collection? Tricky Traps just said.
This person really liked Legion. I mean, I'm serious. I have to look through it to be sure, but I think all of this is Legion. If I'm right, I think I'm right. Boy, that's a lot of books. Let me make sure these are all Legion. Legion, 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 Legion.
All right, this one.
Legion. Yep.
This one, and
Bunch of Legion. Oh, that's a interesting cover.
I forgot this Wolverine that I'm picking up. This is actually Wolverine Volume 7. He's up to 7th volume. I'm like, Jesus. So 7 different times the Wolverine started over.
Dude, look at this. This is all Legion. All that is Legion.
He must have been the only one.
Okay. So I have a lot of Legion bag and board.
Legion bag and board. Legion bag and board.
And I might have all my bag and boards used up with this one long box. I mean, really.
You're finding a lot of stuff in there, huh?
Yeah. $570. Okay. Got about 2 more handfuls of books, and then this long box will be done.
Nice.
That is, let me. Okay. More Legion.
just get a long box of Legion in it.
More Legion.
Of course, more Legion.
Holy crap, dude. All this is Legion.
Wow. That's crazy.
Man, I hope I find somebody that really needs some Legion.
Gerald Carell did this cover, and he also did a Virgin one. There's a Virgin cover for this too. Not only did
Jeff.
they got freaking.
What's up, Jeff?
Hey, Jeff. What's going on?
Okay.
Just putting some books away.
All right. Here's the last stack of books.
418. This amazing Spider-Man Volume 5 started in 2018. It's only been 2 years old. And now it's up to 418 books in 2 years. I mean, if they're gonna do it that way with all these variants, they really don't have to go issue numbers pretty high because they got enough books. It's already 400 books just to finish this.
You got an image book.
I thought it was DC's, man. It just keeps image keeps coming out.
Do what?
So I thought this was a DC box.
No, it's just heavy on DC. These boxes are complete grab bags of stuff. I have no idea what's in them. And I don't think the guy that I got these from has any idea what's really in them. And more Legion.
Of course.
What? Now we have Legionnaires. Now we have the Legionnaires.
Legionnaires now.
Yeah, we're getting fancy with Legionnaires. Got the Legion of Superheroes Annual, number 2. Five copies of it. Lord. Okay, I wonder though.
All right, I put this book in. Championship book, I really don't know.
Yep, I got at least one newsstand out of the deal.
Doctor Strange, Supervillain, I'm keeping.
Okay, Legionnaires.
Strange Academy, I don't know if I'm going to keep that or not. There's Amazing Spider-Man, definitely keeping this one. What am I going to keep and what am I not going to keep? That is the question.
Hey, you remember the show back in the, I think it was late 70s, early 80s? They did a remake of it in the 2000s, I think. V.
Yeah.
Where the aliens were like lizard people.
Yeah. I watched the TV show that had, it was like, you know, certain parts. It was like technically like a movie. Then they did a TV show out of it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's the book right there. That was it.
Yeah. It's issue 1, but
wow.
Yeah, but well, it's not completely wow. Check this out.
Oh, come on, man. That's a great book to have.
Yeah, but look at how bad.
Yeah. Still, you know, just to have that book does not pop up that I've seen. I mean, I haven't looked for it, but yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, look at how bad.
Yeah, it's ticked up big time. Look at all that breaking color like crazy.
I know. I wonder. Hold on.
Damn, that sucks.
Is the cover attached? Let me see.
Let's see.
Yeah, the cover's actually attached.
Just a Little Podcast says, BLC, did you say Strange Academy? Yeah, I got this book here.
Yeah, that's the second print.
Yeah, second print. It's a second print.
Yeah, it has character. Yeah.
Yeah, it does have character. That's great, man.
But I mean, I don't know if it's worth. Is it worth bagging and boarding and trying to sell, or just?
I don't know. There might be a collector that probably want it. You know, just says I need issue 2. Nah, I actually, this is an unboxing. I won this one off auction. I got the number 1 second printing. Yeah. I really don't have any Strange Academies at all.
Yeah, I have the whole series. I've been collecting it since day 1.
What, the V or the Strange Academy?
Well, considering how I wasn't born when this came out, Strange Academy. Yeah, actually, number 2 for some reason is getting big as far as it costs like $60.
Really?
Yeah, in a slab, it's like $60 to $100.
I would have known that. I would have checked the LCS because they still have Strange Academy still up on the wall.
Yeah, so I've got every issue I get, I'm sending out to get slab just because I can't, and I'm reading it first, but I can't. You can't pass that up, man. If people are willing to pay that much for a brand new book. All right, well, I tell you what, I'll bag and board it, and we'll just see what happens with it. With the V.
With the V.
He says, "Keep me posted, BLC."
With what? For the Strange Academy? For number 2?
I guess so.
Oh, well, I'm gonna be out. I won't hit that LCS until back to midweek again. I'll take a look. Number 2. Is it number 2 variant or just the regular number 2 he was talking about?
I don't know. He says he just needs a raw of issue 2. The standard copy, or they did variants?
I don't know. I'm not collecting
I'm,
that.
I'm
raw.
asking him.
Yeah.
I'm asking him. All right. Wow, that actually, because there was so much Legionnaires and Outsiders in this long box, we actually are already done with the whole long box.
Oh, wow.
So that means all that's left now is just to bag and board stuff. So you know what? Let me bag and board this V number 1, and let's just see how does she look in the bag and board. Let's just see if we can do anything here. Maybe help it.
679.01. That's what that is. Oh shit! I didn't know that. Right in front of my face.
All right, man. How's it look now?
What? Let me see.
Bag and board.
Looks better. I mean, of course, you let them know about the ticks, but again, I mean, that's like a collector's item. I would say, if you're,
dude, I don't even have to get close. Look at that.
Oh no, yeah, you can see it real big time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If there was ever a book that deserved to be sold for $1, it's this one.
Yeah, somebody should scoop that up if they're a V fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't notice -1 his volume 2. Amazing Spider-Man, that belongs to volume 2, not volume 5.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, that went to volume 2.
Hmm.
Goes on that list. This is a Tyler Kirkham cover. This Spider-Man life story variant. I don't know if I'm gonna keep that.
All right, so
Numbers.
I'm done.
Done. Wow. All right.
Yeah. We're already done. All that's left for me to do now is I mean, we still got 9 people in here, so I'll stay on for a little bit till you guys get tired of me. But all I'm doing now is just bagging and boarding everything.
Yeah, I'm just putting this stuff in my CLZ on here, and then I have to try to find time.
So I'll tell you what I plan on doing when I get through with all the. I may use up all the bag and boards I have left. I may not. I don't know. It's hard to tell how many there are since there's no comic books in them, and they're just stacked up. But I also have a lot of this long box. Literally half the long box is being bagged and boarded because of all the DC stuff and everything I found in here. So, but anyway, once I get it all bagged and boarded, if I have bags and boards left, I will at some point today start on another long box of the collection I bought. And then when I get through with all the bags and boards I have to get some more at some point.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to wait and go through what I already have bagged and boarded and get all the like titles together. And then at that point, I'll start looking stuff up, see if there's anything that has value. I doubt it, but you still need to always look because you don't want to be that guy that sells Action 1 for $50.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm still going to be going through and looking. But
yeah. I just found out this is a Delato cover. This Amazing Spider-Man, that's a Delato cover.
Huh.
And that also comes with a Virgin too. And all I got is the trade dress so far.
Yeah.
It is crazy trying to figure all this out. They don't put the barcodes in the front so I can scan it. You have to either try to look it up by name or.
Yeah.
Then
but
you got bag and board in the back.
I will sell every bit of this will be sold at some point. Almost all of it will be sold for $1. A few would be sold for maybe $2. And if there's something that has a little bit of value, I might have a $3 book in here. But for the most part, when these go on sale, they'll be for $1.
Mm-hmm.
A good bit of them will probably wind up in my 40/40 boxes. By the way, I still have 6 40/40 boxes left. If anyone's interested, of the Spider-Man Heavy 40/40 boxes. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you can look up. I have a video. Just type in Big Will Comics 40/40, and it'll take you to my video where I explain everything. I also have a playlist in my channel where that video is, as well as all the unboxings people have done that I've been able to see unboxing the 40/40 box, and you can see what people are getting.
Cool.
So some of these will wind up in there. Some of these I'm going to wind up doing. I'm going to be copying you and JB and start doing some pop-up stuff when I get a table, and just have like 8 books out at once or something. Have a claim sale. Everything's $1 or $2. Yeah.
Hey, we got Barbarian Kafu. What's going on?
Yep.
Claim all that $1 man thing.
I believe it or not, Barbarian, I have yet to come across a single Man Thing comic or Thing comic or Swamp Thing comic. I haven't come across a single one. But if you need annual number 2 of the Legion of Superheroes, I got like 5 copies. So there are some things I have in abundance with this stuff. Tell you what's funny is out of all of these copies of this annual, I only have 1 newsstand. But then again, it is 1983, so newsstands were starting to be taken over. Well, thank you, Barbarian. Right now, it's not so much that I can't find a place to join. I know a lot of people do them. It's just that I don't have a table right now, or I do, but I need to get a spot on the table and my camera and everything fixed up. That way I can actually do it. Because I don't want to have just, 3 spots that take forever. I want to be able to have at least 8 books.
Yeah, I did
off at once.
Because I don't have the room. I did 4 books, and it went pretty fast.
Yeah, but you were by yourself though. If I joined someone, I'd be selling like 3 books, if they all sell like once or twice an hour. So I would, if I join somebody, I'm going to try and do at least 8 books. But yeah, thank you for the offer. I might take you up on it, but it'll be a little while. Get everything set up. Barbarian loves his Man Thing.
Yeah.
They were specking hard. No better feeling than a giant-sized Man Thing in my hand.
All right.
And here's my only copy of that annual in a newsstand.
Oh, this is a trade cover. All right, so how's that total? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh boy!
9.
Tell you, the only downside I see of these resealable bags is the little strip you peel off.
Yeah.
It just wants to stick to your hands. Oh, hey, Barbarian, I don't know if you were here, but I did find V number 1. You know, the V, the television and all.
All right. Red Death
Joshua Vincent, what's going on, man?
Real cover.
How these comments are spicy. We got the Mastodon.
Barbarian,
Especially from big.
on Joshua Vincent, what's going on? Hey, how you doing? Let me see what I'm gonna do with this Spider-Man was.
Of course, you know what's going to be interesting is if I have a complete run of anything after going through all these long boxes, because some of the stuff may just be, in different boxes. So that'll be interesting.
Oh, this is an Annie Granoff cover. Okay. This right here, Annie Granoff.
Okay.
All right. I'm definitely gonna keep that one. That one I might, if I get Annie Granoff to sign it, and maybe sell it. I don't know. If I do that, then I gotta remember to take it off the freaking board. Let's see what else we got here. Do I have any Venomverse?
Man, I remember somebody in the community being a huge Legion of Superheroes fan. I forget who that is, but it'd be nice to know if they need any of the Legion or Legionnaires run that I have. Because it's looking like I got a bunch of books. Hey, we got GP Venom. What's going on? I am not familiar with those toys.
Oh, okay. This one here is a Matina cover.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, it has a Matina cover. Now, I don't know if I want to keep this or just get it signed or just sell it the way it is. I don't know. I definitely don't collect Venomverse, so.
Well, how are you going to get it signed? Where's he signing?
No, eventually one day.
Yeah, but he's like in Europe, though. He doesn't come to the States very often.
Who, Matina?
Yeah. He's like French or something.
No, I think Matina comes down to the big cons back in the day, wasn't it?
Well, I mean, he'll probably be at like San Diego.
I think it's Delato is the one that you got to go overseas for. Delato doesn't come here, but Matina, I believe you got a shot. All right, let me check this Spider-Man life story book. See who I know it's Kirkham though. All right, so the Venomverse, that's gonna go. I really don't collect that. It's a nice book too.
He's trying to collect. Hey, we got somebody right here who's trying to collect the Legion run.
Hold on, let me see.
Oh, Metarog's the guy I'm thinking of. He's the Legion collector.
Let's see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, once I figure out what I have, I'll see about hitting him and you up if you got anything.
Actually,
Italian. I didn't think of that. I thought French.
No, it was Italian.
But yeah, Italian works.
Because his name is Francisco Matina.
Yeah.
Francisco Matina is Italiano. Spider-Man life story. Do I have any of that? I think I had some of those books, but then I got rid of them, and I got another one. Oh yeah, I did have a couple of these. Yeah, and I remember selling it. Yep, I had number 3, and this is a number 1.
Oh snap! This is an Adam Hughes cover.
Oh, I sold my Scotty Young one too. That one I had. This is a Sunny Comics collectible exclusive Tyler Kirkham cover.
Adam Hughes.
Adam Hughes? Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, snap. Hey, that's nice. I like that one. So this one here is a Sunny Comics collectible exclusive Tyler Kirkham cover. I did sell my life stories. I had a Scotty Young cover and all that stuff. They're all gone.
Yeah.
So
I
that's gonna go.
Martinez from Italy.
Yeah.
Turino, Italy. Barbarian. I haven't come across any Silver Surfer yet, but I would ask the same question as Tricky Trapster. Which one's the volume 3?
I'm gonna hang on to the Strange Academy. It might blow up. You know, it is a second printing. You know, they say second printings or third printings sometimes it might go up.
9.8 sells for around $100 of the second print.
All right. So I put what I was gonna put in the thing, and like I said, this book here I already got. It's at CGC now. My copy already signed by Clayton Crane. So hopefully it comes back at 9. If not, I got a second shot. You know, if I get this one signed and get it signed by him.
Oh snap! You know, that reminds me. Guess what I was able to do? Oh wait, here we go. It's the 90s run with the Infinity Gauntlet tie-ins. Oh, that run. Okay. Yeah, the Ron Lim covers. I'll check tonight. Well, hey, you might have your problem solved with Tricky Trapster, Barbarian. But do you know what that reminds me of that I forgot? You know what I did last night?
Went to bed?
Well, you're not wrong, but that's not where I was going. But I was in the Who Dat's auction, and not like participating, but I was in the chat.
Yeah.
And everybody was buying stuff. They had some good deals. They had some not so good deals. They had a bunch of stuff come up, and I tried a few times, got outbid. But then the last lot of the night was the first appearance of Shuri.
Yeah, I saw it. Wasn't that Uncle Roman?
No, it was Jeff Silversmith.
No, Uncle Roman was selling it.
I think he was doing her first appearance as Black Panther. I'm talking about her first appearance ever.
Oh, I could have sworn that issue. Uncle Roman with a Shuri book. I don't know if that's the one you were
talking about. He was doing the Black Panther 2, the one where she is first as Black Panther.
No. This is the one where she's on the cover. You're talking about Shuri on the cover, right?
Yeah, that's the first one with her as Black Panther. She's not on the cover of her first appearance.
Okay. Because the one I saw, she's on the cover, but she's dressed just regular, like not in a Black Panther outfit, just regular, you know, herself. That's the one I saw.
Yeah. But anyway, Jeff had that up. And then it's going for high dollar. And then he makes half a joke, right? Said, hey, if it gets to $500, I'll throw in my ASM 300. I put in $500. He puts in the ASM 300. Dude bids 600, just drops another 100 out of the gate, and then asks to see the back of the book. And then the damage was on the back of the 300, so it's a lower grade. Like when I say lower grade, it's probably between a 6.5 and an 8.5.
Okay.
Probably more like a 7 something.
Okay.
Anyway, and so dude backs out, so it goes back to my bid of 500 for the both, and no one else bid. So I won first appearance of Shuri in like 9.6, possibly 9.8. and ASM 300, and what Jeff thinks is maybe a 775. So I think I did all right. I have to wait till I get them in and find out.
Yeah. Hopefully, they're better than what it was and come out.
Well, if the one book, the first Shuri, if it's a 9.8, it's selling for over $500 by itself.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough.
So I mean,
they're probably grading that book hard right now.
Yeah. Well, even if I'm wrong and it's like a 9.6,
yeah,
I'm still going to be okay, because even if the ASM 300 is like a 6.0, that's still selling for almost 200. So actually, you know what? Let me just find out. I got my thing pulled up right here.
What's up, Yesy Lou? Yesy Lou's in the chat. We got GP Venom. What's going on, guys? Just hanging out, talking.
Okay, here we go. Amazing Spider-Man 300. Let me share my screen. Boom, 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 boom. All right. You can see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see. Let me go full screen with it. You can see it better. Okay, so let's click on 300. So, okay, so a 4.5 is selling for $200. So mine is definitely better than a 4.5. So I'm golden there. And guess what? It's also a newsstand copy.
Okay.
So I have a feeling I'm going to do well on it. So I am actually, it's only the second copy I've owned.
Okay. I don't even have one.
Well, the last one I owned was in 2006. And I had trouble selling it for $100, and it was like a near mint copy. But that back then was the price, So it's kind of funny how something could be worth $100 in like a 9.8 back in then, but yet it's well over $2,000 in the same grade now.
Yeah,
that's less than 20 years.
Yeah, I noticed that you're better off buying the books raw, for the grade, and then get them graded, because buying the book graded already, there's a lot of people just way overpricing the graded books that they're selling for. They think it's more what they think it is, and it's not. But to buy it raw, you're getting a better price wise to buy it raw and then get it graded yourself. And that's where you'll get the profit, because the graded book, of course, is gonna be more money. So if you buy it, raw and then get it graded yourself, because it's not gonna cost much.
Yeah, you got to be careful though. Just make sure it's really important for a comic book collector to learn how to grade a book.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you just go in blind, you might buy a 7.0 that's actually a 4.0 for the 8.5 price. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you really got to be careful. And depending, go ahead.
Barbarian Kung Fu says, I've heard that the graders at CGC couldn't care less about the comic or how popular it is. They just expect things that they look that are commonly defective. Yeah, they say one thing, but doing it, it's another. Because if the problem with that is, if it's a hot book, that means everybody is sending that same copy in there. So of course they're gonna go down their list, but they're gonna look at it in a little more detail, because they know tons of the same book coming in, and then they're gonna grade it just a little bit harder.
I think it might be the opposite of that, because if you keep looking at the same book, I'd be getting annoyed and just looking like, yeah, okay, it has all okay, yeah, it's good, go.
No, but there's a reason why the same book is coming in. It's because the value of that book it's going up. So that's why they're going to be a little tougher, because the same book constantly is coming in. They know there's a reason why, and they're going to look at it just a little tougher, slightly, not a lot, but just a little bit. They're going to look more into detail of the same book coming in. you know. And if they find a defect on a certain spot on a book, all right, with so many copies coming in, and if and that defect's in the same spot in so many books, they'll be like, and then they come across a couple that don't have it, then that's gonna throw a red flag up and like, okay, you know, this is how they must have came printed out in certain places and not in the other. So they're gonna count that. That's what I'm saying. They're gonna tough a little slightly, not a lot, just a little bit. Even though they don't say they do, they're gonna definitely go through their order of the procedure wise. But I still say that's my opinion, that they're gonna grade it just a little bit harder. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but that just goes to show you that it's good to have like the kind of philosophy I do. Is like if I'm looking at the price of the book, if someone like Jeff Silversmith was telling me it's probably a high grade copy, he showed it. The other guys on the panel were like, "Oh man, that's like almost 9.8, or it might be a 9.8." Well, I'm looking at the 9.4 price. You know, they were talking about the price of the ASM 300 in the 775 rate. Well, I'm looking at the 4.0 price. You know, the 5.0 price, and I'm not going to go above that price. That way, even if I'm off by a grade or two, I'm still going to be okay. I'm super conservative when it comes to that. So I think that helped as far as me getting a good deal on those books. And I also think that being the last lot or one of the last lots of the night also helps because everyone else had already spent all their money.
Right. But like if I was selling the book, right? Let's say it's a near mint book, 9.8 candidate, whatever, slab worthy, whatever. I won't say it's a near mint. I won't say a 9.8. Like I said, I will bring it down the level, saying, you know, that it's a near mint book. So again, that puts that not from a 9.8 category into a 9.4 price range. You know what I'm saying? Like the way you're thinking. So that's the same way I would sell the book. Okay. And if you get the 9.8, fine. You know, so you come out of, hey, if it comes out of 9.6, fine. You know, if it does come out of 9.4, is exactly the way I was saying it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, again, you bring down to that 9.4 level. If it comes out 9.4, you're pretty much happy with it. 9.6, you'd be even more happy, and the 9.8 comes out. But again, you come out ahead. I always bring it down low. I never say it's going to be a 9.8. You know, you never know. You know, so I always say, hey, it's a near mint book. I show you the book, and then based on what you see.
Well, technically, near mint would be 9.2 to a 9.8.
Yeah, that's right. Near mint minus. That's a near mint
minus.
Well,
actually, a 9.9. 9.2 is near mint minus. 9.4 is near mint. 9.6 is near mint plus. And then 9.8 is near mint. And you're right, to a 9.8. Right. Because 9.9 is mint. 10.0 is gym mint.
Right, exactly.
Hey,
Southern Comic Geek, what's going on? Yeah. So.
But Varangian's right. If you don't really care about having the slab and the number and resale value, you just want a nice display for your books. If you want to go the cheap route, BCW makes these hangers where you can put your book in like a little holder and then hang it on your wall. And if you want to go a little nicer than that, Comic Skins is a great do-it-yourself slab. And if you ever see anyone that has a DGC from D-Rump Comics or an EGS book, those use Comic Skins if you want to know what one looks like and how it can be used, because you can make your own label in a Comic Skin, and you can snap it closed, and it's both sides are visible. So you can look at it basically like a slab. If you don't care about what all the other stuff comes with a slab, like resale value, grade, and all that, Varangian's right. Comic Skin's a great way to go.
Yeah, well, like I said, everybody's different. Everybody's have their own opinions and stuff. So again, but I always
he had just said that he
show the book. I mean, that's the thing about
he was just saying that he was thinking to join CDC, but he doesn't want to get key slab, just covers that he would like to display. So that's where Varangian's comic came from, and where that's what I meant when I just said that.
Yeah. Well, I like the CGC because, like I said, or CBCS. The reason why is they're enclosed, and unless you crack them open, they're not gonna, you can't get them out. You know what I'm saying? They're also a nice way to display.
Mhm.
Also, if you like, again, if that's the way you want to route to go. I mean, I've jumped into the slabs CGC because I just like the way preserve the books that I got, and I like the way they look. Yeah, and it's easy for me to sell them. It's pretty much easy. It's all done. There's the label. Here it is. That's the grade. It's in case. Blah blah blah, and just ship it out. And that's
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
But if you don't care about resale value though, then if you like the CGC slab, hey, go for it. But
Well, again,
there's cheaper ways to go if you don't care about resale.
I upgrade. I get.
Yeah.
I'll sell the lower one and use the money to buy a higher one, whatever the case may be. But it's like I said, it's easy to pack. It's easy to sell. And I'm always upgrading. As you know, I got tons of slabs here. So, and I got a lot of books that I have copies that I already got slabs. So it's in the process of getting those pressed and clean, and then trying to get them. And then when they come in, then I can upgrade them.
Yeah. I love this kind of discussion. I just dropped the link in if anyone else wants to join in and say their 2 cents on this issue.
Yeah, because I got about 12 minutes left. Because at 3:00 I really have to go. Because
oh, you're fine, man.
So I got 12 minutes more to hang out. Because I actually have to pack my stuff up because I'm actually going out later, and I got to make sure I don't forget anything. And I got to pack up the car. So Barbarian says, I have books I sent to EGS. After they damaged the books, I removed them and repurposely the comics in. They look great now. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
That's cool too.
I think I've had a comic skin once or twice before. I haven't actually bought one. I just happened to get one with books that I had. But yeah, as for me, I'm going to be displaying when I get my other room there set up, all the Alex Ross Timeless variants. I'm going to display them on the wall. And I think I'm going to go the BCW wall hanger route because I believe that will be a little bit cheaper than like the comic skin. And then I could just have, my wall.
I think they're doing, I'm not quite sure on this, but I think they're also coming out with a sketch variant type of Timeless. I'm not quite sure.
No, they already have. The 1 in 100 variant is the sketch version.
There is a sketch version. So I did see some sketch version. All right.
So they're all 1 in 100s.
1 in 100s. Okay. So that's going to be tough to get to.
Yeah, it will. But, I mean,
the Timeless ones are easy. You find them in LCSs all over. Those are the basic ones. It's the sketch ones that are going to be more tougher to get.
Yeah. But the sketch ones, some of them are straight up sketches of what the regular cover is. But the other sketches are like the sketch of the group shot that he did. Because every Timeless cover, if you take it out and put them together, he had this one big group shot of all of them.
So it's a connecting cover, you mean, like?
Yeah, and that's what some of the
sketch covers.
Sketch covers have is like the Wolverine. I think you'll see Wolverine, but also the head of someone else and all on the cover too. Right. So I don't really like that, and they're expensive. They're $60 to $120 depending on where you get them because they're 1 in 100. So I haven't bought a single one.
Yeah, I've seen them around. I've seen different prices I would range between 70 to about 100 around there. I think I've seen 70 to about, I think. I mean, they're pretty cool sketch covers, black and white covers. I'll be right with you. Phone going off.
Yep. I would like to have all of them, but if I'm getting all the regular covers, so if I were to buy all the sketch covers, I would go broke. So yeah, I'm just going to do without the sketch variants of all that. Yesilu, driving and listening. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate you driving and listening. I bet it's weird on the rewind. I just say that, then don't show you the comment. Yeah. But yeah, so I think I did good with my purchase last night, and I think I'm going to do okay with all of these that I bought too. I can't wait to see what's in the other boxes because I'm waiting, to see if there's the one book, that is worth, if it's worth in the condition that I find it in $10 or more, I will be ecstatic because I'm personally expecting most of these books to be around $1, maybe a little more, depending. But if I get complete sets, if there's a complete 4-issue set, say, I'll be able to sell that for like $5 instead of just $4 because it's a complete set. So any complete set I find, I'll be able to get a little bit extra for.
And see, Yesilu says he's driving and listening. So keep your eyes on the road, yeah. Yesilu. You listen with your ears, with your eyes, and watch the road. Got that?
Yeah. But I've already found, I think I told y'all in the last time, the first video I did of this, there was about a short box and a half of books that I picked out specifically.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And of those, I think I'll be able to make my money back and then some.
Okay.
Because I found some pretty cool stuff. But there's a good solid run to like issue maybe 20 of Batman Adventures. Missing number 12, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a pretty good run. That I sold 1 through 20 on my last auction for $50.
Okay.
So, if I get half that or more, about $30 for that with what I have now, that would be great. And I think that'd be a decent price too.
Yeah, the only thing is right now, with so many auctions and this holiday season, the people might not want to spend that much.
Well, I didn't say I was doing an auction tomorrow. I mean,
no, I know that. I'm just saying, give you a heads up. I mean, holiday times, all the way through December, Thanksgiving, Halloween, Christmas,
Yeah, but the day after.
Mm-hmm.
The day after Christmas.
Yeah. Well, people are still recovering, spending all that money on Christmas gifts. I know I am.
Yeah, of course. I guess I was thinking about the younger folks who would be getting money rather than having to spend the money.
Exactly. Yep. Exactly.
But all the dads and granddads, like you're pretty tapped out after Christmas.
Yeah, I already started Christmas shopping already. That's why I'm doing, selling some books here and there, and the auctions it's not every Saturdays, when I'm either not working or when I get a chance. So, spreading it out a little bit. But it still get a decent crowd, and still sell, so.
But I mean, it's up to you what the books start bidding at or what the buy it now price is. So as long as you make sure you start it off, well, then it really doesn't matter if there's a lot of bidding or not. As long as it's sold, you're going to be okay.
Well, yeah, it's also, hopefully you get the right person for the right book, at the right time, then it runs even a lot smoother.
But there are certain ones that you would want to, that strategically start at a loss. There are certain books that you bought for $10, it's worth $25, so you start the bidding at $1 or $5 because odds are it's going to get there. Now, you do take a risk that it may not sell for the 10 that you need when you do that, though. But as long as most of your books you buy for 10, they're worth 50, you start the bidding at 15, you're good to go. Yeah, one book to unite them. See you, GP.
Later, GP. All right, I got 3 minutes left, so yeah, so that's about it. Like I said, I put some books on the side already for my next
right.
rod, and I believe he has about 3 medium boxes of mine already there. Yeah. And I did send an order. to CGC. According to my tracking number, it got there. I don't know if it got there yesterday or the day before. All right, so it's been there a day or two, and they still haven't got to the book. It hasn't been in receiving yet, so I haven't been charged yet because until they receive it, that's when they charge you. So it's not there. And the other books that I got from Clayton Crane, which been scheduled for grading for like the last 4 days and still sitting in the same spot, hasn't moved.
Well, I had a CBCS order mail out today, and doggone if FedEx didn't come and I wasn't at home.
Oh, damn it.
They came at 9 o'clock this morning. I was not expecting them to get here that early.
Oh, wow.
So now I've got to wait to the next business day, which isn't going to be Saturday. It isn't going to be Sunday. May not even be Monday if they take off that holiday. So hopefully Monday, but it may be as late as Tuesday before I get that.
Wow. Yeah, I'm supposed to get. Actually, I'm looking at a FedEx package. It was supposed to come today, scheduled today, but it ain't gonna make it today. So it's scheduled for Monday. So that means they're working on Monday according to that tracking.
Wait a minute. So you said it's scheduled for Monday?
For FedEx, yeah. FedEx
will work on Monday then. Okay.
Yeah, so according to that, it's scheduled to be delivered on Monday, FedEx.
Then I'll probably get mine Monday.
Yeah.
It's
so unless that changes, with them, you never know. Yeah.
I'm getting. What are you getting? I'm getting 3 signature books.
Oh no, this is an auction win that's coming from FedEx.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm getting 3 books that I sent in with signature verification.
Foxy. Now, if I send my books to CGC, and when they tell you how you pick, how to get them delivered, I always go UPS. So it'll be.
I do too. I don't know about you, but around my area, out of the 2, UPS is the better of the 2.
Mm-hmm.
So unless it's a super valuable book that I want to do the postal service for, I'm always clicking UPS.
Yeah. The only thing is, like for me, in my area, right? UPS doesn't deliver on Saturday. They don't deliver Saturday, but FedEx does. They deliver on Saturdays. But I still rather use UPS. I've been using UPS for my grading books since, and I never have an issue. And I can always authorize. It says, all right, just leave it on the porch. I don't have to be here to sign for it either. So I just tell him, just leave it on the porch. I authorize it, and he leaves it. But if I'm home, then I'll just grab him from downstairs.
Yeah.
All right. So I see it's 3:01. So I passed my time. So I got things to do.
We'll see you later, man. I'll
so much.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by. I'll be on a little longer, see if anyone wants to join, and if not, I'll probably wrap it up here pretty soon my own self. All right. Thanks, man. We'll see you.
Enjoy yourselves. Guys, be safe. And again, hopefully one of the guys tomorrow will show a video of us hanging out at the toy comic. I've never been to this place, so it's going to be very interesting to see what they got. I believe there's a Zapp's Comics is like maybe 20 minutes away from here. I'm thinking they have a booth at this place. I hope they do, but I would like to probably check out the store. But I heard this they have 2 stores. This one's actually the smaller one, So you never know. Sometimes these small little stores might have a little gem in there somewhere. So I hope so. And guys, have a good one. I am out of here.
See ya. And there was one. So I'll just wait here a few minutes, see if anyone wants to join. I put the link in the chat. If not, all I'm doing now is just bagging and boarding all these things I pulled out of this long box, and I'll. That's not exactly riveting entertainment. So if no one wants to join, that's fine. I'll be ending here shortly then, if that's the case. But dun dun dun. Okay. But
What's going on?
Dun dun. Okay.
Hold on, sorry. There we go.
There we go. Awesome. So
What happened to this thing called customer service?
good Lord. So is it the shop or is it CBCS? Do you even know which one's the problem?
Well, I think it's both. I think that the shop sent it off late, so it's already a month behind based on the dates that you actually had from where you were able to track it. And I think, like what we had determined before, that it's that they only pressed those 2 books, which led to further delays. But then the shops, I'm gonna call them and find out what's going on, and call you back. And well, still nothing. So you can rest assured that in my random visits to North Alabama, that shop will not be one I visit or shelling you money out to.
Oh, wait a minute. It was a North Alabama shop?
Mm-hmm.
Do you mind private chat if you don't want to go regular?
Well, it's in Florence, Alabama.
Oh, it was in Florence.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I haven't been to it then.
Yeah. And I'd actually heard from another YouTuber that it was a good shop, and they might have some good stuff. But in this particular case, they do not know how to follow up with their stuff. I mean, at the very least, they could call me back and say, look, they are still giving me the shaft or not contacting me back. I don't know what their problem is, but I've been trying to call. Just wanted to keep you in the loop. No, not even that kind of phone call. It's just like ghosted me. So.
Well, my books that I sent in without pressing, but I did for signature verification, they went into grading almost a month ago and just stayed in grading the whole time. And like 3 weeks, 2.5, 3 weeks after they are still in grading, I called, I think she said her name was Tiffany, but we both know that ain't right. Yeah. And she said they had just been put into the grading office. So that means that it was apparently scheduled for grading, but they don't have that. So it just said grading. And then I get a surprise email 2 days ago. Hey, your order shipped. I'm like, okay. Because it still had said grading.
Yeah.
Now it says, well, it doesn't say anything because it's finished. But so like you already heard, they came at 9 o'clock this morning. Wasn't at home and didn't know they'd get here that early. And well, it looks like I'm gonna have to wait till Monday now for those books.
Right. Well, yeah, I've got some huge books at both CBCS and CGC. They were mailed off from the presser. He mailed them directly to them after he finished with my stuff. And based on the pictures that I got, he sent me before and after pictures of every one of my books. Very communicative. But yeah, he, that 3.5 giant size X-Men 1 ought to be a 4.5 or a 5.
Nice.
Yes, it will be nice if we get that big of a grade bump on that. So,
You heard about my purchase that I made last night, right?
huh?
I got myself the first appearance of Shuri and an ASM 300 for $500.
Oh wow, nice.
Yeah, I think so. So hopefully, even if it doesn't get the grade I'm hoping for, I'll still be okay. But the Shuri should be a 9.8. I mean, it may not be, but it looks like it should be. I haven't got it in hand yet, but from what I saw, it should be a 9.8, and that's selling for over $500 right now. And then the 300, worst case scenario on it, it'll be like a 6.5, worst case scenario, but it's probably going to be a 7, maybe a 7.5. But it, and a 4.5 is selling for around 200.
So is it a direct or a newsstand?
It is a newsstand.
Oh, nice. I mean, that's even better because those things are getting even pricier.
Yeah, so I am very excited. It was one of the last, if not the last, auction of the night on Whodats. So apparently everyone had already spent their money because I was like, I am not going to get this as a deal. This is no way. I want it.
So was it him or was it one of the other sellers?
It was Jeff Silversmith.
Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's the one that sold it. But anyway, yeah, I am very happy with that purchase. I was starting to sweat a little bit when they said I had bought it. But I think I'm gonna wind up being okay, and I should, if everything works out like I'm hoping, I should at least double my money.
So you're gonna flip both of them?
Yes.
So I figured that's what I was going to ask you because the 300 has long staying power. It's not going.
I didn't say I was going to flip them all tomorrow.
Yeah,
it depends on the grades, but I do want to see if hopefully the Shuri's a 9.8 and I'll sell it and get my money back and just wait on the 300.
Yeah, because the Shuri's kind of not a sure thing, to pardon the pun, but I mean I think that it's going to kind of waver a little bit after the whole Black Panther.
We're all assuming that they're going to use Shuri in the movies. We're all assuming that. They probably will. Right. It's looking like it, but they don't have to, and they might not. So as soon as that book gets in, I'm going to determine whether or not it's a 9.8, and then I'm going to get it graded, probably fast track it, and then as soon as it comes back, hopefully in that 9.8, I'll sell that sucker fast.
Yeah.
But yeah, the 300. It depends on the grade and where things are at the moment. But yeah, that's definitely a hold book for right now. At one point earlier this year, in like January or late 2019, I would be like, I don't know if that's a good book to hold on to or not, because you never know. But then Donnie Cates keeps doing all this Venom stuff. We have these great characters like King in Black, Null, and all that stuff. So I'm thinking it's actually going to be an investment grade book. Unlike the others, it wasn't very expensive back in the day. Like I told the story in 2006, I had trouble selling a near mint copy for $100 because that's the price that it was back then. So it's made a great, glorious jump, but I'm not so sure it's going to go back down very far now.
I don't think so. That there's so much desire on that book, especially for a newsstand edition. I think it's got staying power at this point in its life.
Yeah. Plus, if I could get the Shuri sold in a 9.8, I may bet my money, so it doesn't. I don't have to worry about it. I can wait as long as I want.
Yeah, I got me another Hulk 181 homage. Talking about
the Shattered variant. Those are freaking cool, man.
Yeah. I got the TMNT one that they did. But yeah, those are pretty cool. This is the Hunt for Wolverine #1, but yeah, it's the Shattered variant of the Hulk 181.
the same guy does shattered variants for other stuff. He has a ASM 300 shattered variant that looks really cool.
So it's the same guy that does all these shattered variants like that?
I think it is. He does them. The way I heard this explained was through economics and comics. He said that what the guy does is he like paints on glass, and then what he does is like throw it down on the floor or something and let the glass shatter, and then press that into the cover or into whatever paper he uses, and it winds up being looking like the shattered variant that you have there.
Huh. Yeah, it is the same guy because I was looking up on my CLZ app that the cover artist is Matthew DeMasi, and that is who the cover artist of this is as well.
Yeah. Yeah, might want to, Jay Hood. I don't know. That's a
Yeah, I would send it to CBCS and get it authenticated if I was going to sell it.
yeah, and graded at the same time. It'll cost you about $41. And well, I don't know. It depends on the grade you think it might be. They might want to charge you a little extra because of value, but minimum $41 for a modern book signature verification. And if it is a verified signature, that will add probably a couple $100 to whatever grade it is.
Versus you just saying, "Hey, this is who it is," or who I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, would it be? Is it McFarlane or Michelini or like the editor, the inker, or like who's the name? Because McFarlane's more of a want than Michelini, and
sure. Yeah, and so I actually bought this on eBay, and it did a best offer, and so they took $20 off of the price, and so yeah, they are a lot cheaper because I had not Mussolini. Oh man, that's
definitely do that.
Yeah.
And unless you have a special attachment to that book, CBCS, after you get it pressed by someone else, unless you doesn't think it needs a pressing,
it'll be ready next year.
Yeah, unless you think it doesn't need a pressing, and then by all means, CBCS that thing, get her slabbed up and verified signature. You'll be good to go. That you'll probably get $1,000 or more for it.
Yeah. Did he say whether it was a direct or a newsstand?
I believe he said it was, newsstand. I believe he said it was newsstand. It's newsstand.
Oh, yeah. If you want to go ahead and pay your house note with it, go ahead. I mean, because you could.
Yeah. So that, mine will not be a 9, not even a 9.2. But the worst thing about it that I saw was that it has a tear on the side of the cover opposite the spine that had but it's on the back. So depending on how that will be counted, I'm hoping for a 7. It'll probably be dreaming for a 7.5. But like I said, I just shared my screen earlier in this stream and showed you the 4.5 price is $200. Yeah. So I'm going to be okay, even if it's a 6.65.
So I've been thinking about doing something with my Hulk 181. I was going to get your opinion on it.
Which one?
The real one, the real
actual. Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
so
isn't yours a green label?
It is. It is.
Okay.
So there's a guy in Huntsville, Alabama, which I was going to ask you who you get your stuff pressed with, because I know that he does pressing. I bought some books from him on IG, but he and I were exchanging DMs back and forth, and he knows John Romita Sr.
Huh.
who inked the 181 cover, and he's one of the last people alive that had anything to do with that book. I think Roy Thomas was the editor. He's still alive, but anyway, so one of the last people that had anything to do with the book. And I would really like to get a John Romita senior signature done. And so I'm just hesitant because it's a CGC case right now. And I'm okay with the green label because the green label is, it goes well with the Hulk, right? So I'm not so much worried about that. The problem lies, well, I guess I could get it signed and send it back to CGC, cross my fingers that it just ends up getting the same grade. But that is the risk I take. One of the risks I take is that it getting a lower grade than what it is now. If I send it to CBCS and they have been known to be harsher graders, again, lower grade, but potentially I will get a regular label for whatever that, a yellow label for whatever that's worth, right?
Well, think about this though. We already know from our experience with the Batman 181. It's if it were to get CBCS, it'd be a 0.5, but if it were to be CGC green label, it might get as high as a 3.
So see, it's a 5 now with CGC, and I know you and I had talked about this after the 181 deal. I think that, and I think this is what you brought up, and I think you're right, was that it didn't affect the story, and therefore that's the delineation, right?
Yeah, but you're going to have more than one issue this time, though. You have the coupon cut out. Now you're going to have writing on the cover. Yeah. So if you go for blue label CBCS with all that, I'm going to assume if it's a 5 now, it'll probably be a 3, a 2.5 or 3 with all that cut out and the writing on the cover. But if you go with CGC,
yeah,
it might be a 5 or it might be a 4.5, and just say name written on cover, coupon cut out, does not affect story.
Yeah, and the other thing is, that valuable of a book, it flying around to different places, right? Because it's got to go to this guy. And I guess theoretically I could to where I might meet this guy in person. So that takes one mail loop out, but then he's going to have to mail it. There's just so many variables that could be very risque because I just don't want to damage the book. Since I bought that 5, it's a 5 or 5.0, or I get it right in a minute, 5.0 or a 5.5. I can't remember offhand, but since I bought it, them things have done nothing but continue to rise in price, even the lower grades. I've looked at trying to upgrade mine or maybe getting a complete version with the value stamp in there.
The question would be, do you trust this guy?
I don't know him that well to say I trust him.
There's only one.
I think he's reputable.
What's the name of his pressing business?
I don't know. I don't know if it's separate than what he. It's Field. Is it Field of Thrill Collectibles? Do you know who I'm talking about?
No, I don't. The only presser I know of in Huntsville is the one that Two Brothers use, and that dude.
But I don't remember their name.
Yeah, and that dude's a bit behind. Well, I think it's just Huntsville Pressing.
Okay.
I think that's the name, but I don't believe that's the same guy, and he's the only one in Huntsville that I know of. But I've thought about using him, but I looked at prices, I looked at time. And I'm wary on it. I have used Jimmy Geek Aficionado for one book. I have yet to get that book back from CGC. He sent it for me to CGC, so I've yet to get it back. But with the photos, it looked like he did a good job. But his prices, depending on the book, they fluctuate a lot. The 181 probably be a little expensive. And then I've used multiple times Erod of the New York Warriors. He does a good job, and he's at like 5 weeks, I think, right now, turnaround time. And his prices are pretty flat. It's, modern tier, $10, anything older, 15, clean and press. So simple.
Right. So the guy that I use this time is on IG. Recommended him, actually has a discount code, and I use the discount code, so that helped too. But he's super communicative. Well, that's a big word. And sending me pictures before and after through the whole process, all that other kind of stuff, which I really like, especially since this time it wasn't like I was sending a modern book. I sent him, so you can get the picture. I've sent more than this, but these are just the big ones. Okay. Moon Knight's first appearance, First Blade, TMNT #1, Giant Size X-Men #1. So, these were just in 4 of those big books, Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, and that's a good point, because if I send it back to CGC, because I'm okay with the green label, that do a clean and press and cross your fingers that the guy at CGC says, hey, I know what, because they at that point it's already cracked, that open, so they wouldn't know what they graded it before.
Yeah,
it grades it better. Yeah, so
maybe. But even if they graded a 5, that's much better than, if you add writing on cover 2 with CBCS, it'll drop down to probably a 2 or 2.5 like Bubs.
Yeah.
So yeah, for since you're okay with the green label, as far as the presser thing, you kind of on your own with that, because I'm not familiar with this other guy, but I would definitely do the CGC, because you're going to get a higher grade because of the qualified, and you don't care if it's yellow label or not. So it's a good signature. But one thing you could do is, how long are you thinking about doing this, like in the next week or so? And how long would it take him? Because funny thing, CGC has announced Roy Thomas in their private signings. So if you wanted to, you could get Ramita to sign it and then send it to CGC for Roy Thomas. And what they would do is you would get a green label, and then it would have a yellow strip on top because of the signature series for Roy Thomas. And you'd have Roy Thomas, John Romita, and the quality label grade of a Hulk 181.
Yeah, and that yellow and green mix, that's Hulk Wolverine. Yeah, that would be. Yeah.
If I were you and you could do it in a timely manner, I would think about doing that, because let me look. By the way, hey, Who Dat's here. What's going on, man?
What's going on, Who Dat?
Let me just look at pull up CGC and see what your time frame would be on his stuff. Here we go. Okay. So for Roy Thomas, okay, you have until November 30th, it looks like. It just has to get to CGC by November 30th, and it will cost you $80 everything. That's Roy Thomas signature, expedited turnaround time, and encapsulation and all that. So everything you'd be all in $80 for Roy Thomas.
They don't make it go higher for a high grade, high value book like that.
No.
So that'd be the time to send it in, right? Because otherwise they're going to charge more than that for.
As far as I know, no, because they can't. You know what? Why don't we figure it out right now? Let me bring up CGC and share my screen, and I'll just pretend like I'm placing an order, and we'll see if it lets me. So that way we'll know, and if it allows you to do the 181 for the $80 deal, then that pretty much seals it right there, All right. Can
And
you?
this
Can you
guy,
see?
yeah, uh-huh.
All right. So submit submission forms, online form. Okay, so you can't see my new thing. Let me switch share, remove, stop screen. Now I gotta share the new screen so you can see what I'm doing. Okay, so you can see the submission form. You see my share?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So comic,
Yep.
private signing. Now let's select the show. We are doing
Hey, go back up there. Because I thought I saw, did it say John Romita Jr. or John Romita Sr. up there?
yeah, they're doing junior. Junior.
It was Junior. Okay.
It's
All
John.
right.
It's junior. Yeah, no, if it was the other one, believe me, I'd be looking to
Oh,
buy, a 181 or something just so I could get it. Okay, let's see. There
that's
it is,
Roy Thomas.
Roy Thomas. And we're getting it graded, just graded. Next. Online waiver, agree. All right, Incredible Hulk. Okay, what declared value do you do like I do and put a super low value because you got insurance, or what value would you want me to put?
Yeah, normally I just actually put actual value on there, which I maybe shouldn't do. But yeah, so just put 1,800 on there.
Okay, Incredible Hulk, Roy Thomas. Resubmitting.
No, because it'll be cracked by the time it gets there. So
Okay. Yep.
wow.
Dude, $80. Now, would you be doing a Wolverine or Hulk?
I had thought about that. So let me ask you that.
Wait a minute. I don't. They do not do it for Green Label.
Yeah, it's only a whole yellow.
It's only yellow and blue.
Yeah.
So yeah, well, we can't do that. So add to cart. So yeah, dude,
Wow.
check it out. An 1,800 value Hulk 181 signed by Roy Thomas, $80. That pretty much made your decision there, didn't it?
Well, see, the problem, this guy, he's unsure because John Romita Sr., he's 90 plus years old. He's in failing health. If he's going to be able to do it or not, he's going to let me know. But if I don't hear anything from him, I might just go ahead and do it that way and send it to CGC. Because the other thing is, this, if you recall, my 181 when it came in was cracked because the shipping. So the cases for my 180, 181, and 182 were all in the same box. I bought them all at the same time from the same person, and they were all cracked. So I had contacted the person back, and he refunded me the amount that it cost to slab them, so that I could reslab them. And so, I mean, I've already got the money to reslab them based on that. And so, if I can get it reslabbed and a yellow label at the same time, sweet.
Okay, let's see. Trying to find out for who that. He was wanting to know when Roy Thomas was editor. Let's see. Career, Marvel Comics. Dun, 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 dun. Point. Let us see here. Don't think it's going to easily be able to tell me. Oh, in 1972, when Lee became Marvel's publisher, Thomas succeeded him as editor-in-chief. Okay. So 1972 to, at least when Incredible Hulk came out, for sure, who dat. If your Iron Fist run was between 72 and 74, then yeah, he probably was the editor, but all you got to do is look on the inside
CLZ.
cover there.
Well, on the CLZ app, it does not. Let's see. Iron Fist, the editor, according to then, is Archie Goodwin, or was Archie Goodwin. So,
well, the editor or editor-in-chief, because that would be different things.
Yeah, he was both of them, according to CLZ. So. I don't think Roy.
77. I don't think Roy was still doing it in 77. I think he was just the writer then. Right?
Right. Yeah. If I remember, because I watched something about Jim Shooter and all that stuff around that time and going into his age, that Roy Thomas didn't stay the editor very long.
I think it was 77, 78, somewhere in there when Shooter took over, if I'm not mistaken.
But
yeah, I mean, yeah, man, that might be good. You get a new slab, get green plus the yellow. That would look really cool, and at least one half of the group,
Yeah.
So would you want to do that? Well, never mind. I don't know what I was trying to ask.
Okay. Well, but I mean, that does help me make my decision, though, right? Because my question was, send it to CBCS or send it to CGC. And I'm not a real big fan of these in-house signings because you don't get that one-on-one interaction.
True.
But this is situations that $80 for his SIG and the grading.
Well, look at it this way: if you did CBCS, you'd have to do the correct tier, so you'd be paying at least $40, for the tier, if not more, plus another 25, for the signature verification. So you're at about $80. Well, with shipping, you're at $80 right there.
Yeah, with no SIG,
and you would get a much lower grade.
Probably so.
So yeah, definitely CGC. Question is, will you be able to have, just Roy Thomas or Roy Thomas and John Romita?
Well, and Tricky Trapster put in the chat that he'd have Roy Thomas sign the back. I assume that's because not to clutter up the cover, such an iconic cover, right? And so that's not a bad idea at all. I had thought about the inside of the cover, but then when it's slabbed, you don't ever get to see it. So
well, you also can only display it one way, so I don't like the idea of the back either, personally. I would just have them both sign in the title half where the art's not
right. Yeah, let me get this book right here. I guess I could have used my one I had right there. I had the shattered variants, basically the same deal.
Yeah.
But so
yeah, I mean that's a lot of real estate above and you can blue tape it. You have to do a window bag with a CGC. Unless you don't do the Romita, then they will crack that out. So you don't even have to bother with it. But you would have to do that though if you wanting to sign specifically in the title.
Well, Roy Thomas, I don't think he has a really big signature. If I'm remembering correctly, I've seen his signatures before.
He doesn't. It's just Roy Thomas.
Right here, right where that Wendigo at the end of the thing over to this. and it's not obtrusive or obnoxious, as long as they did it in the right color. So
I'd want him to sign in green. If he
Yeah.
signed there, I'd want him to sign in green. If he signs in the title, it really doesn't matter what color.
Yeah.
So, and they don't guarantee the color; they just say suggest the color. So, if you want to guarantee it'll be all right, I would say let him sign in the Hulk logo, and you crack it out and do you a window bag for it and send it in CGC. That way, you know it's going to sign where you want it to be signed, and suggest the color for sure. But even if they don't do it, you're okay. Because if you have him sign the bottom right, if he don't use one of like 3 colors, it's not going to look good.
So this brings up another question. One answer brings up another question. So would I be better off saying, okay, I'd really like him to sign in a certain spot, but I would prefer them not to regrade it? Because the risk is, again, that they have a bad day on Friday when this thing gets graded, and instead of a 5.0, it comes back to
that option. If you send it into CGC, even for a reholdering, they always regrade the book.
Okay, I was thinking that was one of the options that you could.
No, that's not one of the options. You have no choice. If you send it into CGC, I mean, well, I think a reholdering, as long as the inner well's not damaged, they'll do it. But if the book comes out of that inner well, it gets regraded. Otherwise, they don't do it.
Okay, and it's got to come out of the inner well to get signed. So
yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I don't think you got to worry. I mean, if you get a half grade bump or a half grade loss, I mean, you're still okay, and the signature will take care of the loss.
Yeah.
And added value.
Well, according to the guy that I bought it from, he just got it graded last year. So it's not like it's an old label. You worry about different kind of ways they looked at things back then.
Yeah.
But yeah, it got cracked. It fell on the same side. All of them got cracked right there. And that.
Yeah. See, who that reaffirmed So Tricky Trapster. If you reholder and the inner well's fine, same grade. Anything else, it gets regraded. No option.
So I would be better off taking it out myself,
doing a window bag for the specific area and what color, and then sending it in. And yeah, you'd be better off doing it yourself.
Yeah. I'm going to contact that guy back on the Ramita. I don't want to, now that you've brought this Romas thing to my mind. Oh, okay. That's why he said that. Okay, I got you. And that makes sense.
Yeah, he is a trapster. He's going to see about Ramita first, obviously.
I mean, that's the one I really want. I'll take Roy Thomas, and nothing knock on him, but he actually did something with the cover. Ramita did. He inked it.
But the main reason you're really looking to the Roy Thomas thing is to get your book graded, new label, and everything for $80.
Exactly. So, man. Well, yeah, because I was going to get it. I needed to get it regraded anyway because of the whole crack thing, right? And I've been kind of glancing over this book, and I'm just wondering. I sent a picture to the guy that just got through doing my pressing and cleaning, trying to show him all the ins and outs of this. And he seemed to think, he said, I don't think it's really going to be worth you cracking that slab out and redoing it.
So it's probably just going to be a 5. Is a 5?
Yeah.
Well, hey, that's fine.
Yeah. Hey, at that level of a book, man, a 5 is, like you said, a 5 is a 5,
Yeah.
Dude, I've seen like non-complete covers on that thing going for $1,000+.
Yeah, and the cool thing is you would have a little bit more uniqueness in the fact that you would have that dual color label, the green with that yellow stripe for the signature.
And it just so happens that the characters that are on the front cover, it goes well with it, you know?
Yeah, yellow and green. Yeah, I don't think you planned on having this decision when you came on this stream, but I'm liking where it went.
Yeah. Well, hey, this is all good. So,
I mean,
but
even
yeah,
drafters like, hey, that sweet label would be cool.
I mean, because how many of them are actually out there, right? Because the people that got these things signed back in the day, that was before CGC, and you know, so
most of them probably don't believe in.
They're all yellow. Yeah, that's true too. That's true too.
So yeah,
That's
that
silly.
if I were you, I would first see about Ramita, and then whether or not that falls through, just make sure you're good to go and be able to have it at CGC by November 30th and follow all their rules for the private signing, which is it's nothing major. It's just, you know, the window bag thing, and you got to put like Roy Thomas's name or initials on the outside of the box. I mean, it's not that complicated. I've done it twice. And it's clearly listed on their website, so you'll have no issue there. But yeah, man, I can't wait to see this book, you know, come, you know, middle, late December when it's all done.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get it in, be my Christmas present to myself.
Yep.
But yeah, this guy in Alabama, he says, yeah, he's facilitates autographs. So this is not a new thing for him.
I just did the strip off this resealable bag, and it took the glue with it. So I gotta get a new bag.
So you've you know, you're a big proponent of the resealable bags. Usually where I shop at, they don't have the resealable bag, so I've just stuck with the age-old tape. But I got a thing of resealable bags, and I don't know if maybe the boards that I got just didn't really mix well with them because they are not tight. I don't like them tight where it's going to mess the book up, but I like a book tight in the board bag. I don't like a lot of flopping around in there, you know. There we go. Yeah, so there was like, see all this extra little bag over here to the side?
Yeah, I have that too. But this is a Silver Age bag and board. And
Well,
that's a modern.
But if you look at this, like this one, there's less extra real estate left over here on this side. This is a non-resealable bag. So I don't know if I got different manufacturer bags versus the boards, and that led to some of that.
Well, this is the same. I remember if this is the same manufacturer of my bag and my board or not. But I'm okay with that because I love these boards. You know, it fits. There's white on all sides. I like that, and then of course it's resealable, and I can grab it without even touching the book. So it doesn't bother me. But I mean, if it bothers you, then by all means, go whatever route you're more comfortable with.
So let me see. Another question.
Yeah, and he has the point here. If you're unhappy in the end, you can always get a CBCS case, and it'll be yellow.
Yeah, that's true.
Actually, yeah, it would be yellow, and then they would notate the coupon.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but I kind of like the idea of the green and yellow. It doesn't bother me. I'm not planning on it going anywhere out of my collection. So is getting my 180 signed too.
Okay.
at
What-
the same time.
Well,
So,
what is your 180 even graded already?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, is it a green label?
No, it's a blue label.
Oh, so it's standard.
Hmm.
What grade is it?
It is a 4.5. And the thing with it, if you recall the yellow cover on that Hulk 180, Hulk, the background's yellow. So that, again, that yellow label kind of makes sense
Yeah.
or looks
But-
really good, I guess.
The only way to get a fully yellow label is Roy Thomas. And is 180 iconic enough that you would be
Yeah.
happy with the editor to sign, or would you want him to sign like the back of the book?
Yeah.
I mean, because the main thing you're going for, you just said, unless I misunderstood, was the yellow label because of the yellow cover.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I like signed books, and so the what I was thinking was, okay, that's just the added benefit as far as the yellow label.
Okay.
The deal I was thinking was, okay, I'm sending the other one off anyway, and then this one came with the 181, like I said earlier, so it's already cracked, right?
Mhm.
So, or the case is cracked too, so it needs to be reholdered as well.
Well, I mean, by all means, if you're okay with Roy Thomas,
And or let's say it was either or. Okay, my 182 is a purple label because they said there's color touch on it.
is it color touch on small amount of color touch on spine?
Well, it's a small amount of color touch. Yeah, I don't remember if it says spine or not.
Or does it say cover?
Yeah, it's cover.
Okay, what grade is it?
It's a 7.
Well, never mind then. If it was higher, you could always get that removed, and sometimes they can remove it, and you don't drop much in grade. And then sometimes to remove it, they have to just scrape that bit of cover off, and you would drop. And I was going to say, if it's high enough grade and you were okay with it dropping some,
Yeah.
you can take care of that, and it would be a regular, yellow label.
So, but if I got Roy Thomas to sign 182, it would be a yellow and purple label.
Yeah, which is also
really colored well. I mean, that's just my thinking. I'm thinking out loud.
hey, that would work too. Now 182, there's really not a. I'd just go with the title for the sign there because there's not. There's a lot of places on 182 where you could get fit a signature in.
Yeah, I mean 182. I mean Wolverine's on like the first couple of panels, and he hop skips out of there.
Yeah.
So
182 could be part of the Wolverine First Appearance trilogy.
Yeah.
Or it could not. I mean, it really does. It doesn't matter. Now, who that says stay purple is good for a Hulk book? Yes, he says. Yeah. Who that is thinking just do the 181? But the problem with that is, do you see ever engine? My thing is, do you want? Does the 182 need to be reholdered, or are you just thinking about throwing it in?
It's cracked too.
Well, if they're all cracked, you're going to have to get them reholdered anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Why not get a unique label on all of them with a signature for only $80?
That's kind of thinking, right? And so because I don't know.
A signature series for 181. I mean, that I assume you didn't pay the current price because it has gone up since you bought it. Yes.
Correct. Yeah.
Well, then with the addition of the signature, that would probably break even with the cost of the $80 for all three.
But see, the guy that I bought it from, he refunded me the amount to have it regraded because it was cracked. So I paid, he refunded me that amount that it was that he's like, hey, I just had these things graded myself. So I know what they cost to grade. Here's the grading feedback. So I'd have to go back.
He probably sent you $100 then, or 80 to $100.
It was right at $300, I think.
Yeah.
So
because I know from grading a 181 myself, I had it graded and pressed, and that cost $200 because of the value of the book. You
didn't keep it?
Well, yeah, I did for a while, and then I sold it. I am looking for another one that will never leave, though. Don't worry.
Yeah.
But one each color. Yep.
It is very unique.
Yeah.
Paul Veteran. Yeah, and I don't know why artists always like to sign in black, regardless of the cover, because
you can get a black pen from anybody. That's why.
Okay.
A lot of these artists, like Clayton Crane, he's got pins sticking everywhere, and
and how he keeps everything straight, it's amazing.
I don't know, but yeah, I'm kind of with who that. I mean, since you're going to basically break even for the $80 a pop, and you get a refund for these big books, you're going to save money in reality. So yeah, I would spend a little extra on the 182, and as long as the code lets you know it's a small amount of color touch, just get it removed and get you a blue label.
So talking about Clayton Crane.
Yeah.
Clayton Crane work.
Let me look up for you what the difference would be for a blue label versus the purple label for a 182.
Let me go get my 182 and see what it says.
All right. Share screen.
Oh, okay. It's not color touch. The top and the bottom edge are trimmed. Okay.
Oh, well, then you can't. There's no.
Can't do nothing about that. Can't add paperback.
Yeah, but we can look and see here how much damage that does to you. You said it's a 7?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's looking like around $150 in a blue label. So let's dive deeper and look for the same stuff, except this time not universal, but we want restored. No CBCS. What do we have? Okay. Nothing in a 7.0 has sold recently, but a 7.5 is $50, 2019. So you basically lost $100 in value, or 2/3 of value.
Mm-hmm. So you would add some of that back with signature if I was.
You would probably get the signature cost back and maybe like $40-50.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't have to worry about the extra cost of getting rid of the restoration.
Yeah, true.
So yeah, and that would look cool. Purple and yellow label.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I'm with who that, man. Just go for it. Go big. Do them all that way. If you first check for Ramita.
Right. I don't think Ramita had anything to do with the other two. Let me check.
Yeah, I don't know. Everyone always talks about 181. I don't know if he did anything on the other two or not.
Let's see. Not according to CLZ. The only thing he did was on. He was the cover inker on 181.
Huh. Well, worst case scenario, if you can't make it in time, if you can get Ramita, but you can't make it in time for Thomas, you can at least have the other two books.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, definitely check on Ramita, see what the time frame is, and just remember, have it at their office by November 30th for the Roy Thomas. And yeah, man, that's going to look so awesome. You definitely going to have to do a video and show that off after it's done.
Yeah, that 180 cracked the worst. I don't know if it was on the bottom of that stack or not, but that crack just seems to have spread.
Yeah, you know what? I wonder how much is there anyone that did ASM 300 that is doing a private signing right now at CGC? I wonder, because it would be worth it for me
Yeah.
to get that 300, with the signature because of the price.
Right.
So look up on your CLZ who all is involved with 300. I know McFarlane. I know Michelini. Who else of note? Because that was Ryder and Penciler. I don't know. I don't think Todd inked and colored it himself. He may have.
All right, so we got Jim Salicrup. He was the editor. Tom DeFalco was editor in chief. Jim was at a con I went to last year. Let's see, Todd McFarlane. Letterer was Rick Parker. Bob Sharon was the colorist, and David Michelini was the writer. Is Michelini at because it seems like him and Mark Bagley and some other ones were there.
No, Michelini was not there, and I don't think he's currently scheduled. Let me look up here. I'll share my screen again, and we will see. I want to say, I don't know if it's DeMattis I'm thinking of or Tom DeFalco is being there. Well, let me find out. Okay. Whoop, wrong button. There we go, private signings. So let's see. Chuck Dixon, Graham Nolan. I believe they added these guys recently, and they also added Max Morales recently too. Huh. Okay. There's the Bob Layton, Roy Thomas. Okay, so everyone else will be listed in that big one that they up here. Yeah, this one. Okay, so we have it just went off the screen, didn't it?
Yeah, it paused. Yeah.
Right. I opened a new tab, or it opened a new tab on me. There we go. So we're going to have Jim Starlin, Al Milgram, John Romita Jr., Scott Hanna, Walt Louis Simonson, Ron Garney, Howard Porter, Fabian Nicieza, Peter David, Neil Adams, Tom Palmer, Keith Giffen, J.M. DeMattis, Mark Texera, Dan Jurgens, Joe Staten.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got a bunch of big names there.
I was thinking of DeMattis.
What's that?
So I was thinking of DeMattis when you mentioned DeFalco.
Mm-hmm.
So I would have to just hold off and either do the regular grading fees, or hopefully they'll announce another McFarlane, because he did for December, so maybe they'll have him back at the end of this year.
Yeah, maybe he'll want to do his Spawn movie next year, so he'll need to go raise a little money, go down to CGC, make a little.
Yeah. Who knows? But yeah, it's a weird.
Like Dave, I tell you, let me look. I'll know if this is what I was thinking of. Uncanny X-Men 200.
Yeah, by the way, I found a short box full of X Factor collection. So I've got a bunch of X Factor keys that I'm going to have to go through and see if there's any of them worthy of getting slabbed, and if so, see if they might have a signature that I could get put on them. But I don't know. There's only a few that would be worthy of a signature.
So the first 10 or 15, Louise Simonson wrote them, and I think Walt actually did some art on them, if I'm not mistaken. So there is that. And of course, probably Fabian did some of them too.
Yeah, probably.
Because he did a lot of the X-Men stuff back in the day. But yeah, I've got that whole set, 1 through 100, whatever it is, including the annuals.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Hudat. Yeah, I was telling people earlier in the stream how that went down. I think I just got lucky and everybody spent all their money already. But yeah, I think that's going to work out great with those 2 books once they're graded.
Sometimes on them auctions, that's what you have to do. Just bide your time and say, okay, I want it, but if I say yes to this, I got to say no to something else. So am I willing to do that? And because especially as they start winding down and viewership starts falling off, that's how I got my Kanan. Is it number 4, first full appearance? I got 1 and number 4. I think 4 is the first full appearance of Sabine Wren. But I got them, and those books cost me like $5 a piece, and those are some pretty hot books. Yeah, just have to watch them.
Mm-hmm. And then of course, if you want to lose all your money, you go watch Very Gary. And dude, man has like 500 people in there, and I hate hey, Very Gary, you're awesome. Keep at it. You're doing a great job, man. But one thing I do hate is when I'm in one of those auctions and I'm trying to get a good deal, a steal, or pay fair market value for a book. But man, they have so many people in there. They got these idiots that are just paying. Like they had some Silver Age books come up for Spider-Man, like the second Kingpin, like 41 or something in mid-grade, and I'm thinking tops for the 2 books, like $40-$50 to me. If I were to buy them, that'd be tops, because they're mid-grade. One of them's a little lower, and they're not super keys. But I think they wound up selling for like over $80, like almost $100. And I'm like, whoa. I mean, is that just me, or do you notice that too? People overspend on that. It's amazing. Why can't those people join our auctions?
I know, right? I mean, there's so many. I mean, they got so many people in there. You can't even think for a second if you want a book or not. And I think that's what it is. It's called FOMO. And these people go, hey, I know that if I hesitate just a second, somebody's going to buy this book, no matter if it's overpriced or not. So, bam, I better pull the trigger and get it, because there are just so many.
Yeah, I remember this. I believe it was a Raw Spawn 1. I think it was Raw and went over 100. Man, eBay is 100 to 140, maybe 150 if you push it tops for a 9.8 spawn. I'm fairly certain the one who that's mentioning here was a raw that went for 100. By the way, I dropped the stream link in the chat if anyone wants to hop on while we're still talking here. But yeah, man, it is crazy. I'm sitting there thinking like, I just want to watch people spend all the money that they've been sitting on because of COVID, you know? Because there's no way I can get in on that.
Yeah.
I mean, I tried, I think, once.
You know, the auction scene seems to have kind of died off, and Who Dat does, you know, sells in more auctions than I do. Typically, when I do auctions, they're set prices, buy it nows. You know, it's not like auctioning up big books.
Yeah.
But anyhow, he could probably speak to it more than I could. But it just seems to me that as far as what people are willing to spend their money on, very Gary aside, I'm just talking about the other auctions, that it just seems like people have started pulling back a little bit from what they're wanting to spend their money on. I don't know, maybe it's just me.
It was a raw copy.
Wow.
Goodness. I bet you get sometimes you can see Gary, sometimes you can't see him. But whether you could or not, his face was probably like this. All right. But in his mind, once that was going up, you know, to me, in his head, his face had to turn into,
yeah,
you know, like they're paying that much for Spawn, and it's raw.
Okay.
Hey, if some idiot is willing to spend that much money on it, then I would let him buy it from me, same as Gary would, because buyer beware, caveat emptor. It's your responsibility.
Yeah. I mean, you put it out there what it is, and I mean, it's free society.
Yeah, I mean, if he started it off at like $80, okay, well then it would be, you know, probably his fault. But I think Gary probably started it at like $5, maybe 10,
Mm-hmm.
and it just shot up.
Thinking it wasn't going to go for much more than that. Yeah, but Who Dat says eBay and IG is where the money's at. Now on IG, I have, you know, like my bigger buy it nows, and my understand that Who Dat has a TMNT #1 first print. Okay, so it puts him in a different elite class, right? But I mean, but when I say big books, you know, that means something different than what Who Dat says big books. But when I say big books, I'm thinking like, okay, $20, $40, you know, something like that. Because typically I do like $2 stuff. Anyways, it just IG. I mean, they sell along. You know, you get enough viewership, enough followers, and you tag it right, you'll get it. eBay, I got tired of fooling with it because of all the fees. And then I had one person that I know for a fact I put that COA in the book, and it held up all my money because this person had bought 2 books from me, not just one. And the one book was $3. And so I just gave him his $3 back, and he kept my book. And I'm like, you know, just be done. I just don't have time to fool with that. You know, somebody's going to argue over that. And again, I know that for a fact that COA was in that book because I was looking at it before I packaged it up.
Yeah. I mean, I'm okay with eBay, but I usually just do slabs on eBay.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because you know, hey, this is what it is. You know, you see it.
I don't check followers, I don't think, and I'm not very good at posting a lot of stuff. Of course, I'm still this whole stream is me going through stuff and getting things ready to start selling, and I'm waiting on stuff that's at CG to come back to start selling. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'm not that great with the IG stuff. So, but I've had good success with YouTube, actually, believe it or not. Although sometimes I can do it on my own auction, and sometimes it's best to join one of the bigger auctions, and just go with their thing. Like next time BLC has an auction, I'm probably going to ask if I can join.
Mm-hmm.
And it would behoove the cartoon crew or someone else to do one on the 17th, Saturday the 17th, because I don't think Thoro's going to be doing one, and I know BLC's not going to be doing one. So that may be an open Saturday for someone else to dominate.
Well, we usually do one on Saturday, so we're not doing one this Saturday, but
yeah,
sometimes you hit it. I mean, and it's funny because even though a lot of the same people are watching every time, it's what people are in the mood for. People will go Spider-Man, Spider-Man, Spider-Man. So you put up Spider-Man, and then the next auction, nobody wants to see a spider. Everybody wants Batman, or vice versa. And it's just the mood of the chat and the people in it. So
I think the best thing to do would be get you a setup where you can do like Discovery Bay.
Mm-hmm.
Have you about 8 to 12 books out at once, sell them for $1, and then just do that a few days a week.
Well, and that's most I do. I mean, I've got a setup that's got 12 books on it, and normally sell them for $1, $2. I make me a little money, but I turn around my money fast, and I'm not holding inventory. So it's just, I mean, everybody else got their own little opinion about it, but I'd actually thought about doing IG as well, kind of a similar setup, and then doing an IG live sale. I might just kind of tiptoe into that and see how that goes.
Yeah, I've thought about it, but I'm just a little iffy because the only way I do IG, the only way I can do IG is on my phone. Mm-hmm. I just don't know if that's going to be a good enough way to do it. But then again, I see a lot of other people doing it.
Yeah, that's how most people do it. I think is from their phone. They get the setup, and their phone stays still or whatever. And I've seen some where this was the whole deal the whole time, and I got sick watching it.
Mine is in the description of the video. By the way, for those of you who might be interested in one of my 40/40 boxes, I still have Spider-Man Heavy, another 6 boxes left that still have not been purchased yet. If you want to ask me about anything that I have or that you've seen, my IG, my PayPal, my Cash App, my email, and my eBay are all listed in the description below. And if you're on YouTube, obviously you know where my channel's at.
Hey, so if Hudat's still in the chat, Tricky Trapster, I see a Tricky Trapster on IG. I'm assuming that's you. Says commissions open, art for sale. And if it is, I just gave you a follow. So as far as the Hudat, if he's still in the auction, I just seen a TMNT #1 second print. That's approximately an 8.0 raw. So there's that, and they're wanting $3,000 for it. If you think that's a good deal.
He said one and only, baby. And thank you, yes, Lou. I try. So who that
40/40?
Do what?
Are you sold out of them yet?
No, I got 6 more. That's why I just said, hey, someone interested in them, the Spider-Man Heavy ones. I got 6 more. And as of right now, there's still at least one Silver Age book that I have not seen someone get yet.
Okay. You want to drop a hint as to what that might be to try to incentivize somebody to take a chance?
Oh, I know exactly what it is. I don't know if it's in the 1 or 2 boxes that got sent out that have not done a video, or if it's one of these sitting here. But there's one box that I haven't seen yet opened that has a Silver Surfer 8 in it.
Okay. So give me one of those 40/40 boxes. I'm gonna PayPal you the money.
All right. Well,
I'm not a Spider-Man fan, but I'll just turn around and sell them on a auction or whatever.
well, let me ask you this: a lot of the guys are trying to get out of the PayPal thing. Are you solely PayPal still, or do you have something else?
So I use CashApp as well.
I like Cash.
That is the only,
Cash.
and it's easy to use, you know.
Yeah. Hey,
Venmo and all these other ones I haven't got set up yet.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say if you have Cash App and you haven't already sent, for PayPal.
Well, if you want me to send a Cash App, I'll send it to Cash App.
Yeah, I would rather you do Cash App if you don't mind. But if you can't, that I still have PayPal for that very reason. But yeah, I've actually never gotten paid through Cash App yet. And being someone like you that I kind of know, that'll be a good experiment for me to learn how to accept money and transfer, and everything before I do.
It's
an
really,
option or something.
It's real easy. A lot of my renters use it, and my insurance customers too, and it flows really smooth, no fees. So, what's your hashtag for Cash App?
It's in the description below. It's just $ Big Will Comics.
Big Will Comics.
Yeah.
All right, Big Will Comics. I'm sure. Yes, I'm sure. I'm gonna put in the description 40 for 40 bucks.
So I tried. Huda is only doing Cash App and Zelle now. He has done away with his PayPal. So because of that, I couldn't, even think about buying anything from him because all I had was PayPal. So that night, not yesterday, but the last auction he was in, I tried Zelle because he mentioned that he liked Zelle, and apparently I can't do Zelle with my bank. It's not one that Zelle uses. And when I tried to do it through the app, I ran into some issues. So I just said, screw this. But then I tried the Cash App, which is from Square, so it's reputable, and that was super easy. I've already made purchases with it, So I really dig the Cash App.
Now with Cash App, you can either leave it in your bank. They'll actually send you a debit card so that you can use it that way if you like, or you can just sit there and turn right around and transfer it to your bank if you want it fast.
I just transfer it.
The regular is free. And as far as the transfer, what I've noticed, because I accidentally clicked fast transfer one time versus
it's a lot cheaper compared to the flat percentage rate of PayPal. Transferred.
Yeah, that's true. But it was only 1 day. It was only 1 day faster, is what I was getting at. So I mean, it's like, especially for bigger amounts, if I don't need it, I'm just gonna wait on my money.
Yeah, it also depends on how much. Like he had to pay 28 cents. That ain't nothing. But if it was, PayPal and it was 3% of whatever amount it was, you might get into some money there.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, if you can wait, then I just wait. But if you can't, it's a low price to transfer. So I'm digging the Cash App. I still like the PayPal. I'm still keeping it for like eBay and stuff. But yeah, I like the Cash App.
I think PayPal is going to regret some of the stuff that they've been doing because there are so many other services out there that are right now at least willing to do it for free. that people are going to start using other methods of forms of payment. And once that catches on, then they've kind of lost their edge that they've got.
Well, I don't understand why eBay wants to charge you, just
Yeah,
I don't know why eBay thinks it's a good idea to charge you 10%. And then they own PayPal and they get you for another 3%. And apparently, I don't know if this is true, but a lot of the guys are saying that in December they're wanting to go up to 4%. It's like, how much money are you going to take before you realize maybe someone wouldn't want to use you? You know, I mean, I would be like at 2% to 5% of everything, and that be it. I mean, I don't understand why you'd want to do 10%, because I mean, now with how much stuff sells, seems to me like they'd be okay with 10%. I mean, less than half of 10%.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is a revenue driver for sure, but they're going. eBay now owns PayPal, but there's a separate company, so separate bottom lines, and I think that they spun PayPal out of eBay, so it's not even part of the stock anymore. So I think it's a separate stock. Anyhow, but if they start losing momentum because of their decisions that they made, and I understand why they're making them, right? Because they're not getting their fees. So if they start losing momentum doing it that way, and other companies swoop in and say, "Hey, if you don't want to deal with them, we're happy to help you," then they'll start doing some kind of package deal where you say, "Hey, look, use this for everything, and we'll give you this package deal as far as your fees are concerned."
Yeah, that might work. But I mean, I understand that if I'm using PayPal, friends and family, but I'm using it to sell things and I get caught, I fully expect them to want their money, and I do owe it because that was the deal when you sign up, But I understand that if they put a hold on your money, that can really mess you up, which is why I'm a big proponent of never leaving money in there.
Yeah.
The only time I might leave money is for my eBay, when I get hit for that eBay stuff that I've sold,
Mm-hmm.
I might leave that in there and have it automatically pay. But other than that, every time I get paid through PayPal, I automatically send it to my bank. And I do it free unless I need the money right then. I do the free one, which takes a couple days, and it's all well and good to go. Because if anything happens at that point, I can go through my bank, and I also have all the insurances and everything of a bank.
So didn't used to, when eBay's, when you sold something, didn't they automatically scoop off your fees at that point?
Yeah, as soon as you sell, eBay doesn't get the fee automatically. They wait and do it once a month.
Now, but it seems to me like it used to not be that way.
I honestly don't remember.
Because they used to charge you to list stuff, and then when they would relist it, it was like 60 cents or whatever like that. So now they don't charge you to list stuff, but they charge you more to sell it.
I would rather be charged $1 every time I list something than a percentage.
Yeah.
I think most people would agree with me. They'd rather have that happen. I would much rather use that way about it.
Well, and the thing about it is, does it cost eBay any more, because you're paying for their platform, right? Their platform everybody goes to, that's what you're paying for, as opposed to other people's platforms who might not be so widely received. Does it cost them any more to show your item that's $1,000 than it costs to show your item that's 50 cents?
Well, no, of course. Why would it?
So why are you charging more for it? Because you can, I guess. But
Yeah.
but in my mind, what that would do is if you did a flat, if it's $1 or if it's $2, whatever it is, right? That it would cull out those smaller eBay items, the little knick-knack paddywhacks that people put on there. And also it would encourage people to put bigger ticket items on there. Like instead of going to heritage auctions, maybe they go to eBay because the fees aren't so outrageous. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just thought. It's like lowering taxes. A lot of times you can get more in taxes because people go to work.
Yeah. It's like I kind of was thinking this morning, you know what'd be really nice is if the tax code for income tax was just ripped out and replaced with like a page and a half that said everyone who makes over $20,000 a year must pay 10% of their income as a tax. No loopholes, no deductions, no nothing. You just pay 10% and you're done.
I'm done. I'm good. Right.
Yeah.
And that means that me versus somebody else might pay more. That's fine. But, but then telling me that I've got to pay, whatever percentage higher than somebody else just because you're successful at it. It's like, okay.
Well,
why don't you discourage me?
everyone was paying the same 10%, you would be more inclined to let some of your money go and make even more.
Mm-hmm.
Because you wouldn't be, as you make more money now, and he has a ride. What's going on?
What's up, guys? What's up?
I was going to say, our progressive tax, as you make more money, you have to pay more in taxes, which to a certain extent, I understand that. But if it was the same percentage all the way up, you're still going to pay more because you make more, because that's how percentages work. But you would be willing to make even more because it's just, like say 10%.
Right.
So that sounds like a flat tax.
Yeah.
That is exactly what I'm suggesting. It would be a flat tax.
It's too simple. What I always tell people with my job, if it makes sense, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you can't do that.
It would never happen in our lifetime.
Yeah. There's too much more uncommon than common sense.
Yeah.
And it's a lot less control. You can't help pad your buddy's pocketbooks because you take out the deductions that everybody takes advantage of. It's just like,
I don't like Trump myself, but I thought it's funny that everyone's all up in arms because his income tax was only like $750 one year, and I'm like, hey man, if I could get mine down that low and it'd be legal, I would too.
As does everybody, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My mom was more upset that she wants to know what he did to get it that low, not that he paid that low. Like, I want to know the secret. She was like, I want to know the secret. Like, I don't.
Well, hey. Trump ought to put out a book, man. That'd be another good seller for him. Put out a book. This is how I pay less than taxes.
So you two both have CashApp. Okay, this is the first time I've gotten paid through CashApp. So I'm going to my app.
Mm-hmm.
You hear that? It sounded like a bunch of change in there, and I have a dollar amount here at the bottom. I'm gonna click on it. Okay, so I can add cash. I have a $40 balance, or I can cash out. I assume I'm going to press the cash out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do you have like a debit card to it, or
yeah, I got it.
Your bank debit card or whatever?
Yeah. So it's offering me 60 cents for instant or standard. It'll get there Wednesday.
I always do the instant. I don't care about 60 cents, $1, or if it's $2. You know what I mean?
I don't have to have it today, so I'm going to go the standard.
And I think I did mine instant just because Monday was a holiday, and with the banks and everything. So I was like, you know what, $2 is not going to kill me, but I'd rather have my money right now than to wait 3 days. You know, normally it's not that long. I can tell you that normally. Like, say if you did somebody paid you on Cash App Monday, and say Tuesday you want to, you know, put it in. If you do it in the morning, you should get it by Wednesday. You should get it by Wednesday.
Yeah, it's usually a day. It shows a day longer than what it actually is. And
Yeah.
so I usually get a day early. Yeah.
Okay, so it asked me to pick up my bank. I chose my bank, and it brought up the access ID I use for my mobile banking, and I just did that in. Is that what you guys have to do?
That's it. That's if you want to do it. See,
Once you put an account in,
yeah. Since I do it, I never do the go to my bank account, like the waiting part. I don't have to put an account in mine. Since I do the instant, when it takes like the little 1%, whatever it is, it goes straight to my debit card, which goes to my bank account. But if I want to do it the other way, where you have to put your account number in, you have to put your bank account number. And they send it like the old-fashioned way, basically. That's how I kind of think of it.
Yeah, well, I think it get a little annoying having to pay every time, but
yeah,
depending on
you have to set it up. If you haven't set one up, you just have to set that account that you want it to send to.
Yeah.
You only have to do that one time.
You just do that one time. Once you set it up, that's it. And I think it'll send to every bank. It's not like Zelle only works for certain banks.
Yeah, so like
Cash App will send to everybody.
If you put on here, Will, down here at the bottom there, it says linked accounts. You make sure the account you want it to go to is on that link.
Yeah.
So the account I deposit to is on there, and then the account that I pull from is on there. Which in my case,
already
is separate.
Okay, so I'm good to go. I got everything linked up then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see,
it's real simple. Yeah.
I got it on my. I have a business account, so I still got it all separate from personal stuff. So cash deposited for the $40, and it said it'll arrive at my bank interest. So cool. So now I know how to get paid for Cash App, because I'm like you, who that I do want that other option there. So had trouble with Zelle, Cash App. So now I've got it and PayPal listed whenever I'm doing a video, as well as my everything else.
I always tell people I prefer this, like Cash App. I'll prefer Cash App or Zelle first. Yeah. They're equal to me. So I prefer those first. So, and then if you have to, yes, I'll take PayPal, but I'm trying to give people at least more than one option to not do PayPal. But I want to keep my PayPal for eBay, eBay stuff like that. So.
Oh, hey, this is for our Trump question. He has, if you use the money from real estate to buy real estate, you don't pay taxes on it, and only register 30% of your taxes, and you have lawyers to protect the rest. Oh, so he does through his real estate, because that's what he made his billion on real estate.
Well, not that's how you keep his millions off of too, because and a lot of other white, black, Asian, whoever you want to say, celebrities, rich people, they all do the same thing he's doing, because 50 Cent did the same thing. It's like they'll have certain businesses and they'll say, oh, they're bankrupt in that business. They're not bankrupt, but they always, say, oh, this person filed bankruptcy. No, that branch of that business filed bankruptcy. They're not broke. Yeah. Like 50 Cent filed bankruptcy, but it was a certain business entity that did.
Same thing with Trump. He's filed bankruptcy like 4 or 5 times, but not on himself. It's different.
He never does it on himself. He does it on 1,000 businesses. Like, he's done it a whole bunch of times. I mean, they don't call him the king of bankrupt for nothing.
And hey, it's a great strategy. It wipes it clean, except for like 2 things, but those 2 things are only for an individual, not for a business.
Yeah, and I can't get mad at him. I mean, he's using it to his advantage. I mean, I love him, I hate him. You got to learn from him.
Hey, we all voted for the people who gave us these laws. We shouldn't get mad at someone if they use the laws that,
Yeah, especially if you want change, vote for the people you want. They're going to do some change. And guess what? It's not starting with the presidency. It's starting with your local people.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you don't like the president, that's fine with me. But if you're going to have an argument about it, then let's go with what's been done, not that you don't like something.
Yeah.
Like if he was smarter than you on taxes and paid less. Well, okay, yay him. That doesn't have anything to do with anything.
So, who dat? Did you hear my question earlier about the TMNT #1 second print?
No, I didn't hear you. I think I was switching over to my computer and phone.
Oh, okay. So, look, I seen this guy post book. He says it's an 8. It's a second print of #1, and he wants $3 grand. What do you think?
He says it's an 8.
Yeah.
Unless he works for CGC or CBCS, I don't believe nothing he says saying it's a certain. That's why I'll try to give a range. I'll try to give a range of grades. I'll try to say maybe at this point up to this point, even if I think it's the high point.
Yeah.
So I would probably say if he thinks it's an 8, I'll pay a 7 price, so I feel safe.
Right. So what he was saying was 7.5 to 8.5. So he was saying, so let's just say 8.
Yeah.
So let's assume it's a 5.
Yeah, I have no problem with, but I still would be like, we'll I can agree with you that it probably is an 8, but I'm not going to pay you more than a 7.0 price. And you can try to argue me back and forth, but it's not graded. I'm taking that risk. Once I pay you the money for a raw copy, I'm going to assume all the risk of it getting graded. I'm starting to do that more because, I've won some and I lost some.
Right.
I don't want to lose anymore. I don't want to lose anymore. So guess what? He didn't pay that much for that book, I guarantee you. So him getting 7.0 prices, he's still winning.
So what do you think about that price if that grade is legit?
I actually haven't. I always tell people that certain books I don't keep up with. The Turtles one, I actually don't keep up. Only one I actually have kept up with the third print. I've been seeing the third print getting crazy, so I actually going to send mine off to get graded.
Well, hey, I just looked it up for you.
There you go.
Last 4 sales I see listed, they're all eBay. 2 from 2019, 2 from 2020. In this order, here you go. 7.0, $650, $541, $750, $2,125. You average all 18 sales that we have access to, and they give an FMV of $1,550 for a 7.0 slab. Those are all slabs that sold.
Yeah, that's way off.
He's trying to get the top end because it's on fire. I'm just being honest.
Sure.
That's why I like when I had an auction. A couple times they had the picture of my TMNT slab. He was like, "Oh, I see they got a TMNT first print on there." I said, "I have no problem if you want to give me $30,000 for it. I probably will sell it. Yeah, I can buy my wife a new car because we need one. Cash.
Right.
I've never done that before. So
Check this out. A 9.0, the most it's sold for ever is January, February, March. It's April 14th of this year for $1,200.
That's the second print?
The second print. And they have an FMV of $2,500. But you go up to a 9.2. Largest price sold was September of this year, $5,500, and everything else is like $1,600, $1,200, things like that. They have the FMV at $2,700. The FMV does not go above 3 until a 9.4, where the FMV is $4,300, and the sale prices for it are $3,750, $2,125, $1,300. And 2,200. Those are all from this year. So yeah, he's trying
to get the top end. I mean, which it's if somebody, it's a little too much for me. And I don't have a second print, so, and I would be in a market for one. But yeah, I'm not gonna spend what you could have gotten a mid-grade number first print for a few years ago. And I'm not talking like 10 years ago. We're talking about like maybe 5 years ago. Could have got a 7.5 for roughly $3,000.
So I'm not up on TMNTs. Who that would know more than me. But from looking at those prices, it seems to me the most reasonable price would be about $1,500 for it.
And then you're taking a chance for this. I mean, what if it got color touch on it? And the book's black. It's notorious for getting some black Sharpie marker on it. Because they do have restored copies on that, and that's because some kid or somebody just, let me just color this in.
Hey, have you ever thought about doing this? Come up with a price if it's graded out at X grade, and if it gets that grade or higher, you pay X agreed upon price. If it gets lower, you just pay for the grading that you had them do before you buy it. I'm not saying do that for this particular case. I'm just asking, have either one of you tried that?
I've always thought about it. I've never tried it. I've always thought about it, and I think I actually mentioned that to somebody one time before, but I think they said, but if it comes back higher, I was like, but I always feel weary about people when they get it. If it comes back higher, because they're going to not go along with the deal or whatever,
Right.
It's always fishy about.
Yeah. Well, at that point, you haven't given them any money, though, if it goes higher. You wouldn't owe them anything. If they nig on the deal or renege, or however you say that.
He said it was a second print, right? I'm looking it up.
Yes.
See, this is the problem. Like that the second print and the first print are relatively really rare. I think the third print they made 30,000, which is still not a lot. The first print was 3,000, and I'm thinking the second print was 6,000. I think it was just double.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure. Or it might have been 9,000. It wasn't that much. And I think that's what people are going by, because if you look at a 8.5, because I'm looking at GPA, August of 2020 was $1,675. That's an 8.5 with second print, and that's like 2 months ago when it was still on fire.
Yeah.
I think he's basing his raw copy priced of it maybe a 9.2, because they had a 9.2 sale in September for 5,000. So
you can't ask those kind of prices for a non-graded comic. That's kind of the
That's it's to me it's $1,500 too high for a non-graded comic.
Yeah.
For that book, non-graded. Because I'm looking at GPA and it's like, but these are graded. Because even a 7.0 sold in August for $2,100. So you're above what a 7.0 even goes for.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I would actually be like, all right, I'd give you $1,675. That's August sale of 8.5.
What's the 90-day GPA on a 9.0?
That's the thing. Like I was saying, it's a rare. Like the second print still is more rare. It's not more rare than the first print, but it's that rare that they have no sales since April.
What's the latest sale on the 9.0?
April is 1,000.
That's a slab.
Yeah, that's slab. That's why I'm looking at other the August of 8.5. Yeah.
So it's similar to what I saw using the other service. That you're at least double what would be an okay price.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Put it like this: a third print and a 9.8 don't even sell for that high.
Wow.
You really want one, don't you? you're looking hard for a first print or a second print. Do you have a third or a fourth?
I've got a third and a fourth myself.
So you really need the first.
Honestly, I mean, and this is, I'm not saying this to discourage anybody from getting one. First print, unless you got that type of money, first print is out of range now. If you got a regular job or you got a regular business, not saying you got a multi-million-dollar business. If you got a regular business that you're doing okay, you're living well, you know, it's still not a book I would invest in if I'm doing well. Not, you know, I would not if I was a multi-millionaire. Oh yeah, I'm going to get a first print all day. if they got any available. But
so you're saying with the prices that thing is at now, have that be the last book you go for after you get all the others.
Exactly. Because I know he collects X-Men, Batman, or the Turtles. I'd get an X-Men 1 before I got a Turtles 1. At the prices that are going. If I had if I had to do an option.
You mean another one? He has a one.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I don't know. I wasn't really in the market for one, but I just saw it and I said, I wonder if that's a good deal or not.
I mean, looking at GPA and this, I don't think it is. I mean, that's just me.
I was looking at the pictures, and that thing's got a bunch of spine ticks on it. I kind of wonder whether or not it's going to be that way or not. Hey, I DM'd it to you too, so you take a look at those pictures.
On Instagram?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've gotten those magazines graded a few times. CGC is very lenient on it, but they're lenient to a certain extent.
My third print just got back from the presser. He mailed it off to CGC, so I'm fingers on that third print I got.
Is that the one you bought from Discovery Bay?
No, that's the fourth.
Scratch.
Fourth.
Showing it very good. He's being very slick.
Yeah.
Well, there's a good little scratch on it. I thought he wasn't showing it that well, but I see it now. Now this is probably a 7 to 7.5. Yeah, they got a significant scratch on the back. They got multiple spine ticks. They got some color loss at the top. Oh, I didn't want to like it. It looked like a little bindery tear too. It's nice, but I'm thinking probably maybe an 8 at tops after a press, but it might be around that 8 range. But that scratch just makes me nervous because that's over an inch scratch. That's very noticeable.
Yeah, if it was closer to what they've been selling for, and then 2, if that was like high up on the want list. I mean, I want one, but like when I got the 180, 181, 182, that was up high up on the want list. I was able to get them all together at the time, so it's a bit different when you drop. When you're doing it all at one time and you're like, hey, this was high up on the want list, right? It's kind of like, Big Will, I know you want a Wolverine 1 9.8. So
yeah, but I'm gonna have to hold off on that for a little bit, make me some money, and then I'm probably just gonna have to break down and buy one already slabbed at the current price. I mean, because the odds of getting that one raw in a 9.8 without having to spend so much on it that it would be too risky to buy it raw,
right,
it's almost undoable.
Right. Well, hey, just get that ASM 300 you just got, get it graded, sell it. You'll have enough money to get it.
Yeah. Man.
Oh, also, you got to get a picture of this book to see if they have the pin up in the back.
Oh, there's a pin up in the second print?
I think there's a pin up on
one
first, second, and third print.
Yeah.
It's just at the this is the last page of the book, and it's just it says pin up, and
Some people,
yeah, some people tore them out. Some people didn't at all because it wasn't a normal pin up.
Special delivery.
Thank you.
Uh-oh. Spider-Man boost.
Spider-Man boost stuff. That means there's no GP in it.
Yeah. Man, they tricked me good one time. I bought on like a Monday. I think I did the 8 boxes, and I did it 2 at a time purchases. So I'd get 4 order numbers, and they sent them all in a giant box. And I'm thinking, oh, what did I get? And then I open it up, and it's just all 4 or all 8 stacked together neatly in this big cardboard box. I'm like, you dirty. My plan didn't work.
That's funny. I haven't gotten a UPS one in a while, so that's why I know. I mean, since that post office one. You think I could sell mine for $100?
No.
It's a 9A candidate.
You get it slab, and you might.
It's a 9A candidate. I might hold on to this one because it legitimately is a 9A candidate. And if Ty does another one, I'll just send it in, and that'll be,
I did a pre-screen, 25 book pre-screen for 9.8, and in that pre-screen order is 2 Spawn 9 and 2 Spawn 1s.
Super hard book to find. Star Wars, Darth Maul, the son of Darth Maul, or whatever. San Diego Comic-Con exclusive.
I haven't got anything really big. I'm just bagging and board and stuff, but we got Who Dat showing off like usual.
Yeah. Silver Age Thor 156.
Is this stuff that you just picked up for PC or stuff you're getting ready to sell?
Let me see which one is. The Star Wars one I'm gonna hold on to. The Spawn one I'm gonna hold on to. The Thor one I'll probably sell. This one I'll get graded because this is a 9.8 candidate as well, and it sells for I think over $200 in a 9.8. So I'll probably get that graded. And I got this one free, and this is a high grade copy, but I got it for free. So
yeah.
Oh, you want to bring?
I don't know if I should get graded since I got it for free, but
I don't know, man. Have you ever thought about doing a pre-screen order?
I did after people were talking about it, and I already sent like 23 books in. But the ones I picked, like I have probably about 8 books here. I think there might be 9.8. This one I think is probably a 9.8. The X-Men book I think is a 9.8, and the Venom book maybe. I just have to look at the back. So that's 3 more. So I'm roughly getting more of them. So I might lean towards it next time. It's just that when I sent the 23 books to Erod, one was the first Bullseye, which I didn't think was going to be. It's not a 9.8. Probably it might be a 9.0 at best. And I sent the Silver Age Avengers 8. So it was a whole mixture of different stuff. Only I would say out of the 23, I'm thinking about 18. I was hoping for 9.8s. If now 22 out of the it won't be 22. If 20 out of the 23 get 9.8s, then I'm ecstatic. But there's a handful of them I didn't think were going to be 9.8. So that's why that wasn't an option. This one.
I have fallen in love with the pre-screen because I get a lot of books in, that are various ages, but most of them fall within the modern tier CGC, and then a lot of them are fairly high grade. So it behooves me to send them out at the pre-screen because if it doesn't cut the mustard, then it's fine and it doesn't, it gets back to me. I don't have to waste $17, getting it slab. So I've got a 25 pre-screen that I put in. It got back. I got another 25 pre-screen that's there now. And I also have another free screen that is actually 41 books. That's about to arrive.
Yeah.
Did you see Biggie's comment down there? Did y'all clickbait me?
Well, no, I did. We already went through the books, Biggie. I'm just bagging and boarding what I decided is worthy enough to be bagged and boarded. But yeah, it's going to take me a while. This ain't the only stream I've done. This is the third one. I'm probably going to do a couple more because I still got another, I think, 5 long boxes to go through.
So I keep hopping in on the in the middle or in the end of these streams that you got these books. And so, kind of like, what's the short story on these books and how'd you get them?
Well, the short story is I went to a shop that is a toy store more than anything, but he has accumulated a metric butt ton of comic books. I mean, he's got 20 short boxes and a few long boxes in the back that aren't even out in the store.
Okay.
So I just went up there and I got a few things that I paid, regular price for, and then I said, hey, can I come back and look through on the day you're closed, and maybe do a big bulk purchase? He's like, yeah. So I did, and I went through and picked out about a short box worth of stuff, got some cool books that are worth more than, $1 a piece, most of them. A few of them in the 20s and 30s. And then I asked him, is there any bulk amount that you would want to do? Because I need some books to do like for filler, because my 40/40 boxes, about 30 of the 40 books are straight up dollar bin stuff that you would get, So he goes, yeah. And he mentions that he'll do it all for $300. And I added up everything else. I finagled another deal. Well, I got the less issue 1. I got the full run of the 1960s first Teen Titans, that run. I got the whole run except issue 1. I got a short box full of books I specifically picked out that every one of them's worth at least, $5. And there was some rare Spawn in there that I'm going to be able to sell for over 20. And then there's all the rest of these. And if you add it up, I spent $570 total. And I got for that probably more than, but at least 2,800 books. The only downside is that I had no idea what was in the long boxes, and basically nothing was bagged and boarded. But that means there's more than the normal amount in a long box, so I probably got more than 2,800. But I paid, what is that, like 17 cents a book, counting everything together?
Can't hardly go wrong with that. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. So that's the story of the of the books there.
That toy store, you're not talking about total nostalgia up there, are you?
Yeah, I am. That's exactly where I went. But yeah, and the cool thing is he didn't know what was in some of these boxes himself. So one of the short boxes that I got was almost a complete run of the X Factor. So I was able to pick out all the X Factor keys minus the first Apocalypse. So that's pretty much it. And I think one more he was missing, but I got all those little keys that might be something later, might not. And then he completely overlooked. I got almost the first 20 issues of the Batman Adventures from like 93. And that, I sold 1 through 20 for about $50 during one auction. Hudat was actually one of the bidders. He didn't get it, but he tried. And I got another set of the 1 through 20 now of the Batman Adventures, plus a lot of Batman books that are, not extremely valuable, but valuable enough that I can charge more than a couple bucks for it. And then I also got some Spawns in like the $250, $270 range. and a couple of them I'll be able to sell for like $20 or so. So overall, I think I did a pretty good deal. It's just a lot of work bagging and boarding and looking through everything, and I'm only halfway done through all the long boxes.
So did they punch your punch card when you got all that stuff, or did they?
Actually, no. The previous day, I went in and I bought the first Monica Rambeau, Wolverine #1, and about 4 of the Batman Adventures annuals, like the holiday special, all that signed by Paul Dini. I got all that together and had them punch my card, and I got 25% off of all that total.
Yeah. Huh. So have you been to oh crap. It's a store. It's over on the other side of Huntsville, so that would be to the east of Huntsville.
Talking about Haven?
Amber Key. No, Amber Keys sells on like Jay Blitz's key unit auction. And she had they have a store. And I said, well, I didn't even know there was a store up that way. And I said, next time I'm up that way, I'm going to have to.
I've never heard of it. What's it called?
Let me see here.
The only stores in Huntsville I know that are open.
It's in Ardmore.
Oh, Ardmore. Okay, well, no, I haven't been to Ardmore looking for shops yet.
Well, hey, they got a shop.
That was a good book right there. That one is underrated, I think, currently. He held up All New Wolverine 2, the first Honey Badger.
Oh, okay.
Actually, it's the first Gabby. She didn't get her name Honey Badger until a few issues later.
So, yeah, I got this book right here from her.
She owns a shop, huh?
Yeah. I didn't know that. But anyhow, yeah, I just picked up that book from her on the other night.
Oh, you ended up getting that from her? I was wondering who bought that. I didn't pay attention because I didn't. I just thought I didn't see it anymore.
Yeah, she threw it up, and I was like, I think I'm gonna go ahead and bite on it. And she was saying that.
You know why? Because Netflix is doing a TV show. So.
Yep. So I had a lower grade copy I'd bought from First Edition, and that was raw. I sold it, and then I said, "Well,
CashApp Comics."
Yep.
All right. Well, I'll have to check that out. See when I can make a trip to Ardmore.
Well, you're a little closer than I am, so I was wondering if.
Wait a minute, Ardmore, Alabama, or Ardmore, Tennessee?
Alabama. Oh no, it's in the Tennessee. It's in the Tennessee. You're right.
I thought she was in Alabama.
It's right across the line there.
Oh,
I think we have an Ardmore as well.
Because Batman Popster went there.
He's in Alabama, I know.
And he was telling me that it's right across the Tennessee line because he was in that chat. I was asking her about it.
Yeah, man. If you ever look up the Huntsville area on Craigslist, you'll find that there's not but maybe 10 or 20 postings that have to do with comic books, and the other like 100 are in around the Nashville area. So yeah, Tennessee's got a lot of books, so it seems.
So it's Ardmore, Alabama, but it's right there on the line. So if you drove across the line, there's Ardmore, Tennessee, that's right across the line there. So
okay.
It's on the Alabama side, according to the
Trapster, I am apparently not followed to you. I am followed now. Yeah, he just sent me a picture of some of their stuff. Like, man, hey, she's got some cool stuff here. This is September 26th. What's to come tonight, 8 p.m. Central. She does the key unit auction with Jay Blitz, apparently. Okay. Yeah, she has a New Mutants 98, 9.8.
$1,000.
Yeah, ASM 129, 9.0. Yeah, 1,000 bit much for me, but it's close.
I would
It's
buy
a little high just because Elite Comics 11 had one on IG for like 900 and something.
Yeah, and they're usually higher anyway. And I wouldn't mind that if it was a newsstand, that New Mutants 98. But,
Oh yeah, and surprisingly, the one on Elite Comics is actually, I think it was under GPA.
According
I think
to what I'm looking at now, last 4 sales, 1,000, 1,050, 915, 932. Last 25 sales give an FMV of $925.
okay. So he was actually at, I think, GPA, because he was around 9 something, you know.
Yeah. So like I said, she's close, but I'd be a little iffy before going. I would want a newsstand for that one.
I want a newsstand.
I'd be
That's Michael Turner. This is like one of my favorite Michael Turner covers, man. It's my second one. Black Panther.
that's Storm on the cover there.
Yeah, that's Storm.
Oh.
I think that's the run where they got married, or I'm not 100% sure. I have to remember. I read this one. This is my second copy, though. It was nice.
Did you read the X-Force that came out this week?
No, did I still could get X-Force? I'm only getting X-Men and Marauders. Yeah, I'm not getting X-Force anymore.
It was Marauders. They wasn't X-Force because Storm was in it. And there was a big, how she's getting the sword. She's one of the people that's going to have a sword.
Oh, okay.
And
No, I didn't pick up my pull list this week.
Okay, I won't spoil it for you then.
Yeah, I didn't pick up this week. I'm trying to go every other week because I tend to spend more than my pull list.
Uh-huh.
So I'm trying to not do that every week.
Well, I've got it set up with my shop that I'm getting every single Alex Ross Timeless variant. So the next couple weeks, if I go, I'm going to be laying down some cash, getting all those variants.
Yeah, I looked at those Alex Ross variants. I said, "No, I'm gonna be good. I'm not gonna." I was like, "Oh man, that one looks really good, like the Wolverine one. I'm gonna get that one." And there's another one. I got the Hulk one.
I'm getting every dang one of them, man. I'm gonna make me a wall of Alex Ross Timeless variants, and on the other side will be a giant signed poster of his Batman Harley Quinn cover. Yeah, that would be one I would want too. I've had that book 3 times, and I've already sold all 3 of them, and I'm beating myself up over it.
That's an easy.
I got. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably gonna give it away. So.
Yeah.
Well, man,
I made a profit every time, but still.
Huh? What?
You can give it away now. I mean,
I probably, you never know.
Give it away to someone on the panel.
yeah.
Yeah, I bought that one. I bought some of these books. I bought to give away. I've been trying to give away books on the auction for people that spend money.
Yeah.
And it's basically give people some extra books that extra good books that spend money.
Yeah,
I kind of ran out of those books, so that was one of the ones I was getting.
Well, it incentivizes people that might have been on the fence about buying something from you. I might win this book, so I'm gonna go ahead and take a chance.
Or he might just put up a smoking deal, and you accidentally become the highest bidder, like I did.
That was awesome because when the other guy said he was out, I said I think if Big Will still wants it, he got it.
Yeah, I mean, and you called it. You were like, I don't have time for this. So I'm gonna sell it now, and I know exactly what Big Will's gonna do if he gets it. And you dang right, I got 1 or 2 of them. Is going to be in a future pre-screen for 9/8. I'm gonna keep the X-Men book raw and maybe throw it in a box, maybe sell it on its own. I don't know. But later on, I will be pressing, cleaning, and grading the Eternals one.
Oh yeah. You talking about the stuff you bought from me? Yeah, I already knew what was up with that. People would sleep.
Yeah, I was saying that because I accidentally became your highest bidder when I bought it.
So yeah,
I got the free book and didn't even realize it.
I forgot about it, and I said, "Oh yeah," because I put it on the side because I thought somebody else was going to get it. Then I saw that I think that was the last auction item or something. I don't forget what it was, but
again, you guys keep putting up nice books near the end, and I'm the only one apparently that hadn't spent money at that point, and I get a good deal.
And what's so funny is people are going to start seeing that strategy. Because what we do is we test out the crowd. This is what we do. Test out the crowd. We might throw up some decent stuff really good at the beginning, like maybe the first round, second round. Nobody wants it. All right, let's start. We'll give you the cheap stuff. And then the last round, it looks like every now and then somebody out of the group's going to pull out. Here you go. Like Roman Curtis was like, yeah, I just got a Venom 3 in. So I don't want to sell it because it's 9-8 candidate, but I might save it for Saturday's auction. And everybody in the chat started chiming in, like, well, y'all at the whole auction. This is the last round. And I said, look like they're interested, Roman Curtis. I said, you might want to tell him what he wants. He said, well, I don't want to do it for auction. I'll just tell him this is a buy it now. And I said, all right, tell him to buy it now. I said, you know what that book goes for? He goes, $225 ship. Somebody claimed it like that.
Yeah,
because in a 9.8 that sells for $350 to $400.
Well, I was telling them when Silversmith put up the first Shuri, and I'm looking at the price. I was also looking at Go Collect on like 9.4s, 9.6s, making sure I don't go above the threshold to get it graded and beat it. And then he happens to make an offhand comment. Hey, if it goes to 500, I'll even throw in the ASM 300. I'm like,
it was so funny. As soon as he said that, if you remember what I said, what did I say? I think somebody's going to go 500. I said, I think somebody's going to go 500 because I'm thinking myself in my head, just because I know what the Shuri book sells for in a night.
Yeah,
that's a $500 book, easy. It's actually more than 500. It's like $599. But if you want to sell it quick, 500. Somebody give you 500 cash right now because it sells for 600. So when I heard that, I said, dude, so you basically, if this comes back at 9.8, you got the ASM 300 for free.
Yeah, and you said that out loud, and still
nobody got it. I'll say that stuff out loud and try to give people hints, like chances, and be like,
yeah. But what's weird is that
people think I'm lying. People think I'm lying. You just got to look on eBay.
Yeah. What the other fella, I forget his name, like Baki or something.
Oh yeah, Baki. Yeah.
He came in with 600, which I would have probably at least tried for 550 before I went 600. I don't normally try and make that big a jump, but at 600, I was going to be out because I was sweating at 500. I knew it was a good deal, but I still sweating at 500. And then he shows the back of the 300 with the tear in it, and Baki's like, no, I'm just good for the Shuri, and I'm already on Go Collect, so I just type in ASM 300. I'm like, I'm pretty sure. I'm like, wait a minute, $200 for a 4.5 Shuri and a 9.4 is like $250. I'm gonna stay at 500. And lo and behold, I won it.
And I think he showed that whole Shuri off the front and the back. That was a 9.4 to 9.8 candidate. I would say it like that. 9.4 to 9.8 candidate. So
and the 300 is at least a 6 or better. He thought it was maybe a 7. So even if we're both wrong, and I get the Shuri back at a 9.4 and the ASM 300 back at a 5.5, I'm still going to have a profit.
Yep, I already knew that. That's why and what's so funny is people are going to get hip to it. I'm just going to say people are going to get hip to it. The reason why I say that, if you ever watch auctions, you watch Erod bid on something, people start lighting their eyes light up because they know if Erod's bidding on something, he's going to press it, clean it, CGC it, and sell it.
Yeah.
So that means there is profit in what he's bidding on.
Well, he did that with a book that my buddy put up. He put up Ultimate Spider-Man #1, the standard Ultimate Spider-Man #1, and he started it off at like $20, I think, and it was in a lot with other books too, like the first Ultimate Carnage, the first Ultimate Venom, along with it. And Erod started bidding on it, and everyone on the panel was like, "Whoa, now, hey, Erod been, yeah." And then it went up, and Erod actually won it. But when he handed it to me to pack it up to ship for him, because he's horrible at that, so I offered to do it for him for a little bit of cash. I ran my thumb across the spine, and I noticed there was some ticks on there that wasn't seen. So I just got with Erod on IG, took pictures of it. Apparently in transit from my buddy's house, something happened, because on the back, major spine tick, and it was like scrunched up that you just couldn't see in the bag and board from the front. And Erod's like, I don't want it then, so we refunded him the money. No harm, no foul. But yeah, things happen.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's still begs as if you see certain people bidding on stuff,
yeah,
they're not bidding on it just because they want to have fun with it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the same thing for me. If you see me bid on anything, unless it's like a Wolverine book, it's not because I just want it. It's because I see something there.
Well, and honestly, everybody should think that way. If you bid on something, you should see, all right, even if you don't have it and you want it for PC, you got to think of value.
Yeah,
If the value's there, then everybody should bid on it. I mean, if I'm selling a $500 book and I started bidding at 100, if they have 60 people in the chat, I should have 60 people that put $100 down immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah. But a lot of times people don't think that way, But I know you think that way, Erod. I know I think that way, especially now that I'm sending more stuff to get CGC'd.
Well, I can't help but think that way. Ever since I was a little boy, and I would sell something at school, in elementary school, and I'd tell my dad, hey, I have money. He's like, where'd you get that? It's like, well, I sold something. He's always grilling me. Well, how much did you spend on it? It was like, well, I bought it for this amount. How much did you sell it for this amount? So you didn't make a profit? And I'm like, I didn't know I was supposed to. He's like, He's like, you're always supposed to.
Always supposed to make a profit.
You either make a profit or you're being generous and charitable,
Got the Echo book, Daredevil 9.
It's amazing that all these late. Oh, yeah.
It's hard to find Scotty Young. I'm just unboxing my stuff that just came in.
Yeah. So Tricky Trapster, since you're showing stuff you unboxing there, like that 9, he has a question.
Any books or speculating on any books besides the Black Panther book that I was already speculating on before, all this stuff. The next thing, I'll show you what I'm speculating on, and because this is a book I've been telling people to get. I have 4 of these. So Iron Man 54, First Appearance of Moondragon. They had an early rumor about her being in Guardians 3, and it died down because he got rid of James Gunn, and then he did the Suicide Squad stuff. So we don't know much about anything movie wise, but this is one of the books I'm speculating on. It's Iron Man 54. I was speculating on Avengers 8, but we already know what happened with that. I have 3 of those.
Yeah, you were right, is what happened with that.
Yeah. The next one. The next one is this one. Hold on. Which Gary's actually speculating on that one too. But.
The FF Annual 6. FF Annual 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that one. I would also suggest Strange Academy 1. As long as you can find it, I would find it raw at a decent price. I wouldn't buy the slab if you're wanting spec on it. But Strange Academy 1 would probably be a good spec to me, just because of so much potential there. Far Sector number 1 would probably be a good one to spec on for later. That's cheap right now.
Actually, and they just had announcements for Green Lantern. So 10 episodes were ordered from HBO. So we are getting a Green Lantern TV show. When they order episodes, that's what people always don't. When you hear stuff about TV shows, if you don't hear an order, that means money is not laid out for it.
Yeah. Explain this to a Tricky Trapster, because it's not just a nihilist that book's a good.
Oh yeah. It's first Franklin Richards.
Yeah.
So he's a baby, but they do clarify it on CGC saying first appearance of Nihilus and first appearance of Franklin Richards.
Yeah. So you have a great villain that is Avengers level, like for the entire like a phase, and you have a huge linchpin of like multiverse and everything else with Franklin Richards, and of course he's part of the FF. You got to have the FF to have him. So
one of the most powerful mutants of all of the mutants.
So what about you,
powerful?
Yeah. You got any books you specking on?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on the way you define spec. I mean,
Buying and holding for a purpose later.
Buying and holding with the intent to sell if it goes up high. Well, I guess anything I got's for sale if it goes up high enough. But that Conan 1 that I just bought, that's really more PC. But I mean, if it got up high enough, I'll part with it again. I parted with the first one. Some of those Star Wars books, pretty much the same way, like the first Sabine Wren, and I just got the first Dark Maul on cover. And paid $5 for it off of an auction, YouTube auction. I got the first appearance of Harley Quinn not too long ago, back Adventures, in a newsstand. But
Nice.
I haven't really been buying anything with the intent to flip it. So I mean that's my definition of speculation.
Well, you could also look at what my recent purchases have been. I just bought a first appearance of Shuri and first Venom. I just bought Eternals number 1. I recently just bought 2 different copies of ASM Annual number 16.
Yeah, well, that'd be the one to get right there.
And be careful with that, because be careful. Yeah, be careful when you buy something that everyone's now knowing about, because you might overpay. Like I got a huge discount on my second Annual 16 and my first ASM Annual 16. Dude, I was lucky. I paid less than $20 for it because the dude just wanted to sell stuff so he could buy other stuff that he wanted. And it's like a $500 book right now. And it's a high grade copy too. Erod just got through pressing it and cleaning it, and it's at CGC right now.
Yeah, I haven't long got the first Moon Knight and the first Blade too. Again, I mean those are both properties that are going to be coming out with something. They're kind of high up there now, but I mean the right price. They're both heading to CGC. So
yeah,
there's another one. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is another one, and the reason why I'm showing this grade, 9.8s are like $600 now. 9.6s are getting up there. These haven't popped yet in this grade. 9.4. When I do stuff like that in my head, math wise, if a 9.8 is going for 600, to me a 9.6 should be at least 4. This one should be right underneath it, maybe 3. This is like $185, $89. That's under $200. I think once we get a little closer, more stuff, this 9.4 will be closer to 300 because everything else is going to go up. So this will be a good, if you can find 9.4s, I would say get them because I think they'll at least double.
And if you can find the newsstand, the newsstand has it popped in the 9.4 either, like it has the others. So if you can find a newsstand that you'll double down, probably on a good deal.
We're starting to get some Thor news too. We got details of the plot from Natalie Portman. That's about it. We all kind of knew this. We knew if she was going to be Thor, we figured they were going to go with the storyline of her having cancer. That was actually nothing new. I'm just happy we're starting to get news because I've been telling people like within 6 to 8 months we'll probably get news on different tiers of different stuff.
Yeah.
So I started picking up these. This is the first appearance of Gore the God Butcher. Because
they already mentioned they're going to use some of the Jason Aaron stuff, right?
Yes. So, villains are actually really good to get into if you get them and get rid of them, at different moments. You get to when they make an announcement, a trailer, or the first week of the movie. Or right before the movie, I should say, not the first week. The movie comes out Friday. If you sell it maybe the week before, you got 3 different areas.
Yeah, but another great thing is COVID's horrible. I wish it never happened. It should die and burn in hell. But one good thing that happened with COVID is it pushed everything back. So we have extra time now. For example, the Eternals movie is pushed back
to November.
There's no more.
Next year.
Yeah, there's no more news to be had except for when it's about to come out to say, hey,
trailer,
it's about to come out. So no one's talking about it right now. So now is the time to maybe buy those keys, the Eternals 1 and some of the other single digits and stuff that have a key factor, that because we have the information of the characters, almost every major character. So you now know what to buy, and no one's talking about it now because it's all been pushed back. Same thing with your Red Guardian, and your first Yelena or whatever, Black Widow.
First Yelena,
Yeah, no one's really talking about that right now because COVID pushed everything back. So you have extra time and an opportunity. So I have the first Red Guardian getting graded at CGC right now. In my box, I just got from Whodat, the Eternals #1.
I got the Black Widow ones you're talking about. I got the regular cover. I got the variant with Yolanda on it, and I have the Dynamic Forces, which is even more rare than those two. I just sent them all off to get pressed and clean and going to CGC, and I'm not even in a rush to get them back because once it got pushed back, I said, all right, I'll send them off now since I got 6 months to worry about getting them back.
And another great book to get now, if you're even slightly thinking about it, because of so much time that we have now, Sentry. Sentry would be a great book to get. Not necessarily the standard first appearance, but even the San Diego Comic-Con one that's more rare. You could probably get it now, and by time something happens, it would have plenty of time to grow, and that's probably going to be an excellent book to get. I mean, it's not really in my wheelhouse at the moment, so I haven't bothered, but that would be that one. That'd be a good one.
My shop had it. And it's a 9A candidate. I looked it over really good. I said, no color rub, no spine ticks, no nothing. I said, yes, I found one. I couldn't believe they just put it up there. And for the price I paid, I was willing to do it, So,
yeah.
But yeah, all those movies that you're talking about are perfect. Even Thor's speculation that we're thinking about, just because that's even further back. Doctor Strange, a speculation, which I've been telling people the villain for Doctor Strange.
Yeah,
it's going to be in this book, Marvel Premiere 10.
Some of the best stuff though would be the books that we know any movie or TV stuff is so far out that we have plenty of time for. Like, because of Doctor Strange existing, and because of their announcement with a cap and a title sequence for Blade during the D20 or whatever, or Comic-Con, wherever that was, all of your Marvel horror characters especially your Blades and his family of characters and all that. That now would be a good time to get into those, like your Silver Surfer 3. You know,
Okay.
that they fit horror more than anything else. Like the
And
original.
I think the Damien Hellstorm's TV show is going to unlock all of that stuff.
Yeah,
Everybody was so thing with the little circle, and I think they were just trying to say a lot of stuff is gonna, is coming out of this, but it's not what everybody was thinking about. The was it Absolute Carnage type thing? I don't think it's that. Or the Null stuff. I don't think it's the Null stuff. I think it's more that they're talking about a lot of stuff. It's going to be intertwined, which is for like the Blade, the Ghost Rider, all of that's going to come. And that's what I'm surprised people are not really as hyped for that TV show, because that's actually the newest with the Marvel stuff we're going to be getting first.
Yeah, I mean, think about what has to come with a Hellstorm show. He is the son of Satan. So what does it? Well, we're going to have Satan. Who is our Satan? Mephisto. You got to have Mephisto. You got to have his realm. Who's in that realm? Zarathos. What's Zarathos? Zarathos is Ghost Rider. Okay, what do you have with Ghost Rider? You got Blackout. First appearance in one of the Daredevil books. So there's tie-in with Daredevil there too. What else happens with that? Okay, well, you got Lilith. You got the Vampire Queen. Blade. All that stems from hell and all that stuff. So, yeah, that one show unlocks all that.
Mm-hmm. And with Moon Knight, you got Werewolf by Night. So again, going back with the horror thing.
Yeah.
So.
And what would be awesome, and I think it might lead up to a movie, but almost like similar to you would think of a dark Justice League Dark.
Mm-hmm.
You'd have Ghost Rider, you have Morbius, you'd have Man Thing. I'm missing a Werewolf by Night. You have all these darker characters fighting a more darker character. Yeah. And I forgot that it's like a Marvel premiere book. I have the book, and I bought that years ago.
Yeah, is that the one with all them on the cover saying "Don't go down the road" or whatever?
Yeah. It's like a yellow cover.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So in this book, I was telling people to buy too. This is the first full appearance of Riri Williams. This is the variant.
All your second generation or new generation, whatever generation they call them now, characters will be.
But I was telling people about this book because I remember buying this off the rack on my LCS. I was reading it. You
haven't not told us about that book. You've always said something about that. You're like telling us. I've been telling people the same thing, like classic new Teen Titans stuff. I've been telling people get those keys because that, in 10 years, all these kids that have this interest in it now from the late 90s, early 2000s, are going to start being able to buy stuff, and they're going to want, well, what's the first appearance? Well, a lot of that is the new Teen Titans run.
Yep, and then like with that new Green Lantern news, if you don't get a lot of those keys in the next couple, if you don't get those keys today, they're going to be double the price, next week. Because they still haven't said which Green Lanterns are you using, how many they're using.
I thought they said that. I
didn't see that in the news that they just released about the 10-episode order.
Yeah, I think that they released who they were going to use. It was going to be Simon and I don't keep up with Green Lantern, but
Jessica Cruz.
Yeah, her, Alan Scott, Guy Gardner, and John
Stewart, 2 of them. Yeah.
Well, to me, the ones to get would be the ones that no one's thinking about now, like Chip the Squirrel, the giant planet. What's that, Mogo, the planet lantern?
Yeah. Kilowog or something like that.
Kilowog. All those characters would be the ones I would go at because, before the others, because you could get those at a steal, but everyone knows about John Stewart. He's not at the value he will be, mind you, but that one does have value already. And, of course, the first Green Lantern does and all that. My 8-year-old loves Riri.
Told her she's out of our price range. it's her cameo. First cameo is not. I'll say that right now. Her first cameo is not out of your price range. Even in a 9.8, I think that sells for under $200 for her first Iron Man 7. So it's not if you just want to get one of her appearances, but the number 9, I can say like the variant. Yeah, I wouldn't pay $2,000 for it. You know, I just lucked up and got them, and I could have bought more than 2, but I'm not that greedy because they had 2. Yeah, I'm not because I told Mr. Let about the character. He didn't even know about the variant for her first appearance, and I said, "Yeah, man, that's a hard to find variant." I said it's hard to get in a 9.8, and it's not many of them ordered. People didn't order that one because I guess they didn't like the cover at the time, or it was different or something. I don't know, but. And then he looked on eBay. He said, "Man, I see 2 of them on eBay for $40 a piece, from the same seller." He goes, "I said, yeah." I said, "I've been looking at that one for a while now." He said, and he goes, "I just bought them." He got them both graded. One came back at 9.8, the other one came back at 9.6. And at the current prices, I don't even know what you want to say because the 9.6 is like $500. So
Wow.
he paid $80, and he got probably like $2,500, $3,000 worth of book.
Yeah. Do you guys know in 2014 Vertigo apparently had a preview comic book?
I did not know that.
It's one of them that I pulled out that I found. Weird. Go figure.
Hey, be like Comic Tom. It could be one of those.
Yeah, I doubt it, but yeah, it could be. I should just flip through it and say first appearance of.
Here's another book I found to give away. Well, I didn't find. I bought to give away. That's the first appearance of Carol Danvers, but it's probably a 2.5. It's rough, but I mean.
So,
Yeah.
I take it back on the Green Lantern stuff. So it's Guy Gardner, Jessica Cruz, Simon, Sinestro, Alan Scott, and Kilowog. So John Stewart's not even on there.
He will be.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, him and Hal Jordan. I mean, they're the more well-known ones, So
Kyle Rayner would be a good one to get too because it's still
relatively cheap,
make
yeah.
sure you get a newsstand or a DC Universe logo if you can of that one though, because that would matter more than the other guys' first appearances.
Yeah. Well, guys, I hate to leave good company, but I'm gonna have to bail on y'all.
That's all right, man. We'll see you later.
Yeah, no problem. I'm just unpacking books, hanging, talking out.
Y'all stay dry this weekend.
All right.
Oh yeah, it's windy and raining right now.
But yeah, I'm about through. I got a stack of looks like other 30 books, maybe 40 to bag and board, and then I'll be. I don't know. I mean, I'll either be out of books or out of bags and boards. I don't know. It's getting a little.
Which one comes first?
Yeah, I don't know.
I gotta probably.
Yeah, even I keep saying it, but even if I sell everything for $1, I think I'll do okay. Oh yeah, hold on here. Tricky Trapster's got something. I have no idea.
Yeah, that's why I didn't say anything because I had no idea either.
Yeah.
No clue. No clue at all.
Well,
I picked up a low grade copy for the personal collection.
oh hey.
It's low grade though. Probably about a 3.0. But I mean, for $20, I'll take that.
Yep. So, do you think I'm gonna flip it fast because of what it is? But do you think it would be worth holding for the first Shuri, because I mean she's already in the movies we know. She will most likely be the new Black Panther. That we don't know for sure, and they don't have to do it. But I mean, you think that's a long term or no? Because it'll be the one I flip, and I'll hold off on the other one. Selling.
I haven't seen the prices drop. They've dropped a little bit, but they're holding steady at 600. And I'm gonna double check, but
do you think it would stay that way or double?
No. Well, I don't think it's gonna drop. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. So you think that would be
sky?
okay?
The sky's the limit if they do say she's gonna be the new Black Panther.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, just regular speculation of him passing away brought that book had multiple sales at $700 to $800 in a 9.8.
Wait, so you're telling me it was already at 5 and the death brought it up and it's come back down now? Is what you're saying?
No. The death brought it to $700 to $800. The death. It was at $250.
Oh.
Then, with all that died down, it's dropped it to, and I just want to double check my GPA.
I looked like last night, dude. It's like 525. FMV, last sale like 600.
Yeah, so it's between $525 and $600 is where it's been holding it after all of die down. So nah, man, I told somebody the other day everything's for sale at for a certain price, even the turtle stuff. And turtle stuff would be the last to go with me.
Yeah, well, I'd have to offer you like 6 digits to get rid of your turtles, I would imagine.
But I mean, I would have to see what the it's hard. That's a hard decision, honestly. I have 2 of them, and I'm telling you it's a hard decision because I have 2, and I'm like, I didn't feel right selling it right after he died. It felt weird to me.
Well, it's not a hard decision to sell. I've already made it.
Yeah.
One I keep and hold on to until maybe a better time would be the 300. But I'm just curious, would you think it's okay if I were to hold it? I'm not, but I was just being curious.
I think it would be, I think that's what would be okay because I don't think it's going to drop lower than 500 for selling. That book was already undervalued, and I'll tell you because I had 3 of them because I was already undervalued book. So if you did hold it, you might make more, but you can take 500 now. If it's a 9.8, take 500 now. You know what I mean? That's. I mean,
I'm telling you right now, if it comes back at 9.8, it'll be eBay where it goes, and the asking price is going to be $650 or best offer. Because I mean, I'll be honest with you guys. If I'm selling you a book on IG, on YouTube, or in person, I'm going to give you as good a deal as I can where I'm still making profit. I have to go to eBay, deal with all that crap and fees and everything else. I'm going to squeeze every ounce of blood from that turnip that I can.
Yeah. That's why I'll try to go to Elite Comics 11 for books like that, and then eBay. I don't mind doing consignment with him since he only charges 7.5% compared to eBay's 10%, PayPal's 3%.
So if that book comes back at a 9.8, I would probably wind up. I would sell it to someone in the community for probably, $550 shipped, maybe. Just take care of the grading fee and get my money back, and then any and all profit I'll rely on the 300.
Well, I tried to sell mine for 600 shipped, which I thought was still a fair price because. Like I was telling when I was doing it, I said it's going to cost me. It's not going to be $15 to ship this. I'm adding signature. Like when a book's like that, I'm adding at least signature, and that's just an extra $3 to $4. At least I'm adding signature. Not so much as insurance, but I'm definitely want somebody to sign for this book. Yeah, so it's going to be more than $15. It might be like $18 to $20.
What's going on, Midwest? But yeah,
There's another good one. It's Mr. Sinister.
oh yeah, Newsstand, Mr. Sinister. I like that book.
Yeah,
I sold one of them to
As a pro,
Big E's. I sold one of my graded copies to Big E's.
and I bought this one with it, the Gambit, high grade copy of Gambit.
The first appearance or the cameo? Which do you say?
I'll say it like they do in modern books. It's the first full appearance in a cameo. That's what they do on CGC.
Hey,
They be thinking they slick when they do that.
yeah. Okay.
That's
Man, I did not expect to be on over 4 hours. But I really have to pee. So I'm going to say thanks for hopping on. Great conversation. Thanks, everybody in the chat. We'll see y'all later. But I have got to end this and go because I'm about to burst like a balloon.
He's dancing. He's dancing.
Yeah, I'm dancing. Later, y'all. We'll see.